I would like to request Shri Sunil Jain, Director NEGD, to kindly felicitate Shri Abhishek Singh, Additional Secretary, Methi. May I request Shri J.L. Gupta to kindly felicitate Shri Abhishek Singh. May I request Shri Sunil Sharma, Director NEGD, to kindly felicitate Ms. Richa Bagla, Principal Secretary, Finance Department, Government of Maharashtra. I would like to request Shri Debabrat Nayak to felicitate Shri K.S. Gopinath, Principal Secretary, IT, Government of Assam. May I request Shri J.L. Gupta, Director NEGD, to kindly felicitate Shri Akhil Kumar, MD and CEO, Digital India Corporation. May I request Shri J.L. Gupta, Director NEGD, to kindly felicitate Shri Nand Kumaram, President and CEO NEGD. Good morning, everyone. Today, we are celebrating strengthening of India's digital public infrastructure through DigiLocker, which is not just a technological platform. It is an enabler of good governance by allowing citizens to store, access, and share verified documents securely. It eliminates redundancy, fraud, and procedural delays. It ensures that governance moves from being process-driven to trust-driven. Every verified document in DigiLocker, whether a driving license, education certificate, or service record, represents a step towards transparency and self-reliance. From a governance perspective, DigiLocker has simplified and strengthened administrative efficiency across sectors. Departments and organizations now exchange authenticated data in real time, minimizing manual verification. It is a shining example of how trust in technology can transform the way government functions. We will now play a video on DigiLocker. In a monumental milestone for digital governance, DigiLocker celebrates empowerment of more than 50 crore citizens across the nation. From its inception in 2015, DigiLocker revolutionized governance by harnessing innovative design and development techniques, evolving into one of the world's largest online document exchange platforms. DigiLocker has had a profound impact on citizens' lives, transcending regional and linguistic boundaries. DigiLocker's implementation facilitated presence-less and paperless governance, transforming administrative efficiency. By enabling paperless procedures, DigiLocker accelerated financial inclusion, facilitating banking, trading, DBT transfers, cashless transactions, and more. DigiLocker also serves as a national digital repository for educational documents, proving to be a boon for students. It plays a crucial role in recruitment processes, especially in government job verification such as railways and the Indian Army. applicants can seamlessly provide their documents via DigiLocker, expediting the verification process for recruitment bodies. This streamlined approach significantly reduces processing times, shifting verification processes from months to mere days, thus enhancing efficiency in recruitment procedures. DigiLocker's nominee facility addresses a critical pain point for citizens, managing digital assets in case of unforeseen circumstances. In the event of a person's demise, DigiLocker empowers nominated family members to access crucial digital assets such as property, land records, and bank documents. DigiLocker's verifiable credentials with selective disclosure provide a robust solution for ensuring privacy and security in digital document sharing. By reducing the amount of shared sensitive information, DigiLocker minimizes the risk of data misuse. Leveraging global standard techniques, DigiLocker ensures that the shared information is authentic and tamper-proof, maintaining the integrity of the credentials and safeguarding user privacy. DigiLocker empowers users with secure autonomous control over their digital identities, promoting privacy and trust in digital interactions. DigiLocker, pioneering a digital revolution that empowers citizens with autonomy and convenience while fostering national unity. We will commence with the inaugural session comprising a series of inspiring addresses by our visionary leaders who have been at the forefront of India's digital transformation. To set the context for today's conference, it is my pleasure to invite Srinath Kumaram, President and CEO, National E-Governance Division, to deliver the welcome address.
A very good morning to all the dignitaries present here. I take this opportunity to welcome Secretary Krishnan sir, under whose instruction this event has been organized. With the guidance and support of Secretary sir, we have added many new dimensions to DigiLocker and the journey continues. I also take the opportunity to welcome Abhishek sir, who led this initiative for 5 years and even before that. This also helps us build that relationships which we earlier had with various partners. I welcome Secretary IT of States who have not only contributed in development of this product and added many new dimensions, but suggested to us many further initiatives which can be integrated into the product. I welcome my senior colleagues and participants of this conference. In a nutshell, the effort of today's conference is to arrive at some new suggestions, some new ideas, which we can further add into our product. As we are approaching 60 crore users on DigiLocker, which is by far one of the largest document repository of the world, if I can say so, we are now given more responsibility to integrate to more databases, more documents in a secure, authentic, consent-driven and compliant to all the modern laws of the country. In today's effort, we are focusing on few sectors specifically. One is government services, which cuts across states, municipalities and Government of India. Second is education sector, right from universities, colleges, schools to recruitments and other institutions who help in education, whether somebody is going abroad or otherwise. Many value-added services like products which are sitting on top of DigiLocker. Somebody is handling consent, somebody is handling authentication, somebody is handling nominee facility, somebody is working on HR verification. So those value-added services are also one of the sector on which we'll be discussing today. Fintechs have been a big consumer of DigiLocker, and in addition to Aadhaar and other services, they have now added insurance, nominee, bank facilities, all this into their kitty. We have got nominations from agencies who are doing these services, academicians, and practitioners who will give their guidance today. This workshop will also lay the roadmap for the work that we'll be doing in next year. And we'll make there are reporters for every session. We'll be recording all these observations of participants, their suggestions, and the good work that they have done, and they suggest others to take it up. We'll make that list, and those lists shall be made available to various participants again after the event, and we will be following it up at our own level. In this today's workshop, we have people who are working on this product day in and day out, whether they are programmers, developers, business analysts, our CTO, or all those people who have contributed in the development of this product. They are here in this room. They will listen to your ideas. Some of the ideas are at the intent level and some are mature enough to be implemented straight away. We'll categorize them, understand the intent, and take it forward. I will request all of you to use today's time and to interact with each other, come up with some idea, some flyer, some note sheet, some document, some presentation, and leave after the day with those ideas collected in a way which can be used by all of us later. I'm hopeful that the guidance received today by Secretary Sir and our senior officers here will help us in this endeavor. Thank you very much, and once again, thanks for coming. Welcome to you all.
Thanks very much, sir. It is my honor to invite Shri Abhishek Singh, Additional Secretary METI, CEO India AI and DG NIC, to address this August gathering on India's digital trust revolution, DigiLocker as the passport to paperless governance and learning.
Very good morning to all. Secretary MIT, my colleagues Akhil, Nand, IT secretaries from states, officials from the state emission teams, from NEGD, from DIC, and stakeholders in India's digital ecosystem. First and foremost, I'd like to congratulate the National E-Governance Division for organizing this stakeholder workshop on the National Conference on DigiLocker, which is giving us an opportunity to dwell on where we have reached and where we can go. So, a lot of us, all of us, I think, are aware of what DigiLocker does, the way it has grown, the way it has expanded, the way it is enabling paperless governance, and the way it has become an integral part of our digital public infrastructure along with Aadhaar and UPI. DigiLocker, of course, relies primarily on the foundational identity of Aadhaar, and it gives every individual a wallet wherein they can get access to their digital documents, and also with their consent they can share it with other institutional stakeholders. The journey of DigiLocker is well documented in one of those post-COVID digital transformation stories that we are so proud of. In fact, when I was looking at the numbers, which Nand also mentioned, like DigiLocker launched, like 10-year anniversary of DigiLocker also that we are having this year. The first 5 years we were around 4 crore users, and the next 5 years we are at 60 crores. So like it's a 15-fold growth in the last 5 years, which is very, very commendable. And if you look at if you break down with the number of users and from where they have come from, it will kind of explain, it will kind of be a template that probably every digital government project should kind of follow. So like the way it worked with partners, the way it worked with institutions, both from public sector and private sector, is primarily that it led to the growth that we have seen in the DigiLocker story. And DigiLocker is not that, it's just a classic case of software which is enabling a lot of services and enabling adoption. The 4 key things that led to DigiLocker's growth and DigiLocker becoming an important part of our DPI story, I would count them as the focus on institutions, policy, adoption, and governance. Institutional framework, the way it was architected, the way it built its partnerships. In fact, I see Dr. Sasbuddhe here, and I remember in 2020 when we were looking at building the National Academic Depository, and we spent a lot of time whether it should be done through a private sector initiative, which the Department of Higher Education was working on at that point of time. And in fact, there was a committee under his chair which went into great detail. Can DigiLocker be the vehicle for building the National Academic Depository? And after a lot of deliberations, it was decided, sorry. It was decided that DigiLocker will be the ideal platform for building the National Academic Depository and later on also the Academic Bank of Credits and now what we commonly known as APAR ID. So that itself led to almost 32 crore registrations. So almost out of the 60 crore users, 32 crores are coming from one institution. So again, when we implement IT digital projects, it's not necessary that we go try everything at one go. We need to prioritize use cases, and if we are able to do that, we are able to solve one problem, and that will become a proof of concept for others to also join in. And today, in fact, more and more institutions, whether it's the road transport, highways, or income tax, or Aadhaar, all those are using DigiLocker as a place for offering documents. The another big partnership that awaits adoption is the National Health Authority and the whole framework under the Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission of enabling DigiLocker as a health locker and ensuring that people have access to the health documents in a digital format on the health locker portion of DigiLocker, which will help build better access to such documents, and it will ensure that poor people don't lose their health records, which very often we are not able to keep track of. Then the entire focus on building trust, the way the whole thing has been designed as a in a federated architecture, wherein all the documents are not centralized at one location. Sometimes many people misconstrue DigiLocker as something that all documents are coming in one place, and people start thinking that it can be a huge risk. So again, DigiLocker does not rely on that. It allows documents to remain in the federated databases, and it only pulls it when through APIs when the citizen is accessing that or allowing a verification of that. The whole focus on interoperability with regard to how documents are shared, laying down data standards, laying down metadata standards for that is again a very, very important component that has led to the success of DigiLocker. And now I think DigiLocker should lay down the standards for any kind of verifiable credentials. So for example, if any department or a government department or a private sector entity, if they are issuing any document, whether it can be loyalty cards, it can be food coupons, all of it can actually come through a DigiLocker framework, and they can ensure that they are digitally accessible, digitally verifiable. It will save the cost on printing plastic cards and different kind of identifying mechanism, and that would ensure that the adoption goes much, much faster, and this will help in further scaling up. Like, how do we ensure that every citizen has a reliable place wherein he can store documents and access that? And then the other value, when you are growing in that level, the other value that DigiLocker kind of entity can offer is that it can become the foundational layer for other services. For example, if I have my financial documents there, can it be used for verifying my credit score? Can it be used for helping access microfinance services? So one use case that we had been trying for, in fact, when I was part of this DigiLocker team, was to integrate Manrega job cards, EPFO passbooks. So if we are able to work with, say, for example, Rural Development Department and ensure that Manrega job cards and Manrega ledger, wherein we are paying money to the laborers, becomes part of the DigiLocker entity, and if we are able to verify the cash flow into the ledger through APIs, then it can unlock a lot of credit. So because we are spending almost 100,000 crores on Manrega, and if a poor person is getting 100 days of wage labor at 300 rupees, he is getting almost a assured income of 30,000 rupees. But unfortunately, he doesn't get a Form 16. Or he doesn't get a salary certificate. So even though he has a legal right for that 30,000 rupees. So if the DigiLocker can enable verification of that information that he has got that money through APIs, then a microfinance institution can give him a loan for 5,000 rupees or 6,000 rupees, which can help him become a street vendor or put up a thela or put up any micro enterprise. So that can again unlock a lot of credit, which will lead to a lot of value creation. EPFO passbooks are available in a digital format. They are also accessible through Umang, which is also available on DigiLocker. But if I use EPFO balance for applying for loans and applying for credit, again it can help in a lot of benefits. So many people today who are in the formal employed sector, they take advances from the EPFO. So instead of taking advances from EPFO, can we enable a system in which my EPFO passbook becomes like a collateral for getting credit and getting microfinance? If we are able to build these services, then it can really help to it becoming a very cutting edge piece for our digital public infrastructure. Similarly, integrating services across. In fact, we've been talking about beneficiary accounts and family, what do you call that? Family register, ensuring that how does one family gets what kind of benefits from the government sector. If all this information is kind of made available on the DigiLocker ecosystem and we are able to connect the dots, then again we can find out under ration card how much benefits are being given, under pensions how many benefits are given, scholarships what is being given. So every person's account will have a complete detail of the entire benefits that is accruing to a family through various government schemes. And if we are able to integrate state government schemes also, it can become a criteria for discovering eligibility for other public sector schemes. That can also become very important. Another use case which Nand was mentioning, a Digital Bharat they are going to implement, can be that the whole pain of people to fill in forms. Like for every scholarship or every pension, every scheme that I am applying for, I am required to fill in a complete form in which many of the fields are something that is already available on my DigiLocker account. So if we are able to integrate DigiLocker with form filling, and if I give my consent to any information that is verified, whether it's my address or whether date of birth or my name or age, if these things are pulled from the DigiLocker, then we would not require to verify the same thing again. Passport has integrated this. In passport applications, if you integrate DigiLocker, then you don't have to submit paper documents. They already integrated that. But can we do it for other schemes? Can we do it for scholarships? Can we do it for pensions? So that will again result in a lot of benefits. And we can go into a regime where we will say ask only once, so that any information that a citizen has given to a public authority and that is verified by that authority, and the document to that effect exists in the DigiLocker as an issued document, then the citizen should not be asked to submit that information again. So that would again make DigiLocker a very useful entity for offering public services. So these are some of the thoughts that I have, and I'm sure many more will come in the course of the day as we deliberate on these issues, and we will be able to kind of design a future for DigiLocker so that it will become the foundational piece of our India stack of our digital public infrastructure. Thank you once again for organizing this, and I'm sure today's discussions will be very useful in the future of DigiLocker. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now we will commence with one of the key highlights of the National Conference on DigiLocker, the felicitation of top performers from states, central ministries and departments for their exemplary leadership in DigiLocker adoption and integration. We request our dignitaries to kindly felicitate the awardees, starting with Assam for completing integration of 500 services, a remarkable achievement that sets new benchmarks in governance. Please welcome Shri K.S. Gopinath Narayan, Principal Secretary IT, to receive the Integration Excellence Award. I would also like to invite Shri Pallav Sharma, Head SAMT in Assam, to receive the award. Can we have a round of applause, please? We are honoring Himachal Pradesh for 51 e-services across all departments and integration of Him Parivar, which is unique family identifier for the residents of Himachal Pradesh. Please welcome Shri Ashish Singhmar, Secretary IT, to receive the People First Integration Award. I would also like to invite Shri Alok Tomar, Head SEMT, along with Shri Singhmar. We would like to honor Meghalaya for being the first in the country to adapt differentiated segments of e-services, namely DigiLocker and Entity Locker, with more than 40 citizen-centric services. Please welcome Shri Paveen Bakshi, Commissioner and Secretary IT, to receive the Dual Platform Achiever Award. I would also like to invite Shri Pranjal Kalita, Head SCMT with Shri Bakshi. Next, we are honoring Kerala for achieving large-scale seamless service delivery in the entire state. Kerala is the first in the country to adapt catering to more than 38 departments with over 120 services. Please join me in welcoming Shri Sandeep Kumar, Director, Kerala State IT Mission, to receive the Certificate-Less Governance Award. I would also like to invite Shri Ajax Thomas from the SCMT to receive the award. Maharashtra is being honored next for being one of the fastest integrators of DigiLocker. 200 e-services have been integrated in a short span of time, and this has become a role model for other departments. Please welcome Shri Kanhuraj Bagate, Director IT, to receive the Fast Track Integration Award. I would also like to invite Shri Manoj Ranalkar, Head SCMT Maharashtra, to receive the award. And now we would like to honor Mizoram for their focused approach in onboarding their departments onto the DigiLocker platform as requesters. More than 7 departments have been integrated. Please welcome Shri Vanlal Ringa, Principal Information Officer, IT Department, to receive the Requester Accelerator Award. I would also like to invite Shri Bikiran, Head SCMT Mizoram, to kindly join Shri Vanlal Ringa. Let's take a moment to honor Madhya Pradesh for integration of eSamagra ID, a unique digital ID for residents of Madhya Pradesh, on DigiLocker, both as an issuer and requester, catering to almost 9 crore people. Please welcome Ms. Rucha Mahale, Head SCMT, Madhya Pradesh, to receive the People First Integration Award on behalf of the IT Department and also for the State E-Mission team. PAN has catalyzed DigiLocker adoption across the financial sector with a consistently high number of PAN-based digital documents issued and used by citizens and institutions alike. We would like to invite Shri Ganesh Prasad from the Income Tax Department to accept this honor. Driving license and vehicle registration certificate stands out for its outsized impact on DigiLocker's growth, with one of the largest volumes of digitally issued transport documents benefiting commuters, law enforcement, and civic agencies. We would like to invite representative from the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways to receive this honor. May I request NEGD to receive this award on behalf of Ministry of Road Transport and Highways? Thank you very much, and many congratulations to all the awardees for your outstanding contributions. It is now my honor and privilege to invite Sri S. Krishnan, Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, to deliver the keynote address.
Good morning to all of you. I think today's Digital Locker Conference, National Digital Locker Conference, possibly the first which commemorates the 10th anniversary of DigiLocker as well, is a significant event. It's also important that we are holding it in parallel with the Emerging Science, Technology and Innovation Conference, which was inaugurated by the Prime Minister here in Bharat Mandapam yesterday. So we are holding it at the same venue. I think it's very fitting because what it demonstrates is how technology can actually enable a higher standard of service delivery across a range of sectors, and I think that is what is important. Increasingly, we have to focus on what we would call ease of living in terms of ensuring that people find it easiest to continue their daily activities with least disruption and with least headaches in terms of establishing identity, in terms of going through various transactions, submitting different kinds of documents, and so on. This becomes very critical and important. We are a society historically which has sort of looked at any documentation, anything else which we are required to produce as an imposition, as almost a colonial or alien imposition. So any documentation has never been given importance, which is why we have this entire notion and culture that everything needs to be attested, because the assumption is that you will not produce an authentic document to begin with. So socially we are conditioned that way, and an instrument like DigiLocker will change this entire social construct. It needs to engender behavioral transformation. Just day before yesterday, there was somebody who had a case of compassionate ground appointment in government, and they were reviewing the documents, and finally it turned out that even the pension document couldn't be taken on board simply because the date of birth which was there on multiple documents was different. And we look at it as, okay, what is the big deal? I mean, it's a social thing. When somebody gets admitted in school, they just advance the date of birth and give some age, and then later they find that in other documents they give some other age. And when the contradiction shows up many, many years later, we just shrug our shoulders and say, Bechara, and saying, the parents did it out of good intent and there's nothing which goes wrong. But fundamental identities get misrepresented, and we constantly have this problem that we have to tackle. So I believe that we are changing, we are modernizing, we are giving people control of information about themselves, data about themselves, and that is what technology is enabling us to do, and that is how we need to use technology better and better, so that with least disruption, authentication, information about somebody else can be given by the individual themselves without relying on a range of other agents or range of other government institutions, and this whole notion of some deputy secretary in the government of India or a joint secretary in a state government is the person who has to sign the document, and you endow a gazetted officer with so much of importance and significance. I think that culture needs to change. The empowerment of people needs to take place, and that is precisely what something like DigiLocker has the potential to offer. And this is becoming more and more important. And this is, I think, fundamentally a question of awareness, and awareness about how people can actually take up these tools themselves, about how we inform people about these tools, make sure that they get adopted, people understand the convenience of using it, and people are given opportunities to make sure that they are able to get a cogent set of documents which will enable this to happen. We have to approach this entire task in terms of how do we solve people's problems, how do we make it easier for them to go through this, and unlike this Greek fable of the Prometheus bed, many of you would have heard about it, where in order to fit somebody onto the bed, they keep chopping their their feet off and their little pieces of body so that you fit into it. Unfortunately, what happens is in our systems, generally we tend to do that, as opposed to trying to find a way by which we can accommodate what people really need. And that's potentially what DigiLocker has to offer. I will not, before me, both Nand and Abhishek have detailed the various applications of it and how it evolved, so let me not belabor you with those details. And likewise, I'm very keen to hear Richa's presentation and the other presentations, so I will not hold back from those presentations. But I will only say that the opportunities of using this are immense, and they are growing. They're growing for a few reasons. We now have the Digital Personal Data Protection Act, DPDP Act, which is going to come into operation very shortly. That will require that there'll be a number of cases where verifiable consent will be needed. There are opportunities of offering consent manager services. These can be extensively offered through a DigiLocker-like framework. Likewise, if we have to verify anyone's identity, anyone's documentation, with least sharing of data, because the principle we are working on increasingly is data minimization. And if we are working on that basis, then there again, huge opportunities of deploying technological means come up. And all of this, I think, is something that we need to address carefully. And let me also underline to you that this is something which globally India is looked to as a place where technology can actually enable this. I'm just coming back. I'm returning from Brussels after a conversation with the European Union and our counterparts there. And they are extremely impressed with what has been done here and the manner in which we can actually adapt this technology for further uses, including for verifiable consent. So clearly there is a lot of interest, a lot of places where this can be applied, a lot of ways in which this can actually be used. And the opportunities are what we make of it. And sometimes the opportunities are something that we may not, as civil servants or as people in government, readily envisage, but use cases can be brought to us by a number of others. And we need to be open to that kind of input and that kind of understanding from a range of people who can sort of give us more ways in which this can be used, more ways in which life can become more convenient. The only caution that I would say is that digital systems also have a tendency to actually centralize a lot of data, put it all in one place, open up risks there, both in terms of cyber security and in terms of cyber crime. And therefore, any system that we build and any way in which we put this together, we need to be always conscious that we ensure that the security of the data, because we are dealing with individuals, we are dealing with their lives, and therefore making sure that it doesn't get misused, making sure that it doesn't go into unauthorized hands, and making sure that it is used in a very secure way is equally a responsibility we have. And security at any cost should not be compromised for whatever convenience or otherwise that we build. And any system that we build needs to have complete traceability, audit capacity, and accountability. And these become very critical elements in whatever we build out. And that should be something which is fundamental to any effort we make. Let me end there today, and so that we are able to give some time for the two presentations which are to be made. We look forward to listen to that. But let me again thank all of you for joining this conference. I think it's an important way in which we can take forward what DigiLocker has to offer and compliment both NEGD and all the concerned officials for having put together this conference at very short notice in a very effective way. And once again, congratulations to all the prize winners. You truly stand out as the exemplars for what the possibilities are. And I'm sure today's conference will have many of you speaking about what exactly you have achieved. So congratulations to each one of you. And for the rest of you, I'm sure there are more prizes awaiting you as these become regular features. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. It is now my pleasure to invite Dr. Richa Bagla, Principal Secretary A&T, Finance Department, Government of Maharashtra, to give a presentation on Pension and Treasury document integration through DigiLocker.
Thank you. Very good morning to the esteemed panel and to all the esteemed participants here. Initially, I would like to thank Krishnan Sir, Secretary, MeitY, Government of India, Additional Secretary Abhishek Sir, and President CEO NEGD Nandkumaram ji for having me invited here for this presentation. Krishnan Sir continues to inspire. He was our course coordinator at the Academy 25 years ago, and working with him is an absolute delight and continues to inspire me. I've had the good fortune of having a lot of support from Abhishek Sir, because in Maharashtra IFMS we are really doing a lot of development work, and we've had a lot of support from NIC on this. Thank you, sir, for hand-holding us in this process. And Nandkumaram has been very helpful in solving our day-to-day problems when it comes to DigiLocker applications. I would like to start with the presentation now. On 3rd October 2025, Maharashtra government issued a government resolution which approves linking of all pension payment orders, gratuity payment orders, and commutation pension payment orders by the Accountant Generals of Maharashtra, which are spread across Mumbai and Nagpur, and this has been linked with DigiLocker. It marks the culmination and confidence of success of a long journey we have undertaken in this process, and I would like to present it in the next 7 to 8 minutes. As a background, Maharashtra has approximately 9 lakh pensioners spread across 34 administrative departments, 36 treasuries and accounts offices, and almost 13,000 DDO codes have been mapped in the state, so it is a vast system. Yearly, about 20,000 retirees will keep getting added to this system. As of today, we have successfully linked 65,581 pension cases with the DigiLocker for the ePPO, that is pension payment order, eCPO, that is the commutation order, and the eGPO, which is the gratuity order. I would like to have a brief background of the infrastructure we needed in place to do this. First of all, we have Mahakosh, which is the portal we have for finance department, accounts and treasuries. This Mahakosh has linked to a Nivrutti Vetan Vahini portal, which is a dedicated portal we have for all the pensioners. Each pensioner has a login and ID on this Nivrutti Vetan Vahini portal. In Marathi it means for the pensions portal, and we have the back-end access to it as administrators. So it is an integrated platform. It provides comprehensive services for online preparation of pension cases, arrear bills, etc. It supports the Treasury, DDO and AG offices with end-to-end pension data tracking and validation. Its key features being automated pension case processing and authorization. It is paperless in Maharashtra. Digital disbursement management via e-Kuber mode of transfer directly to beneficiary's account. There are life certificate updates done on it regularly, recovery letter generation, and transfer capabilities exist within all treasuries integrated across the AG's offices in Nagpur and Mumbai, wherever the jurisdiction of the pensioner lies. Before we did this, we undertook an ePPO project of going paperless. That is, as a part of Digital India initiative, we digitally replaced the entire pension process. We replaced all the paper PPO booklets which were earlier prepared by hand, and they are now secure PDF electronic files. We initiated electronic PPO's automated transfer directly from the system of AGs, that is the Accountant General, CAG, to Treasury offices via XML format, eliminating any physical document movement. And the digital authenticity, which is very important, was taken care of by the help of digital signatures from authorized officials, ensuring legal validity and security. So the key features of this system being real-time updates, instant notifications through SMS alerts to the pensioner, they are on board, zero delays, complete transparency and convenient access where the ePPO can be downloaded anytime. Now how this journey evolved is, in the first stage, this project was rolled out across all the treasuries under AG Mumbai's jurisdiction. Last year we did it across AG Nagpur's jurisdiction, and subsequently this initiative was rolled out statewide, and in fact it has received felicitation across various levels. Finally, we have succeeded in integrating it with DigiLocker to provide pensioners with mobile access to PPO, CPO and the eGPO. We can map this existing process flow through so many stakeholders. First of all, we have the level of DDO, then the Accountant General, then again it comes back to DDO for verification of forms, then it comes to a clerk for identification and authentication, and finally it goes to the auditor for preparation of the payment bill, and then the documents such as ePPO, CPO and GPO are generated, they are saved. But the problem point was that they are scattered across devices like local systems, hard disks, printouts, emails, etc. So though ePPO existing, our pain point was that its benefits were limited by the absence of a secure, permanent and universally accessible digital repository. Before the integration, these are the problems we faced. Why did we do it? We had scattered storage, we had manual physical copies, we didn't have a centralized access. Repeated office visits were especially painful for pensioners, the elderly, family pensioners with mobility challenges, etc. And the system needed a change, and of course, there were data security risks. So the core problem being that even though the manual process was replaced by a digital generation process, but it was not there in one place for an access, thus defeating the purpose of full digital transformation, and hence we thought of integrating with the DigiLocker. Now this integration journey of Nivritti Vetan Vahini, that is our pensions portal with DigiLocker, was carried out across 4 stages. There was a conception phase where we identified the need, as has been discussed in the pain points in the earlier slide. We had a planning phase where our offices, the AG office and DigiLocker teams sat together and planned API teams for integration, security aspects and most importantly the user convenience. We had an implementation phase, that is system integration, how the ePPO generated in the portal was digitally signed by AG and how it could be pushed to DigiLocker API for storage, and finally the success phase, which is the outcome and impact we see right now. Today we have 24/7 digital access, instant PPO availability, paperless treasury and a green governance success as a part of this initiative. Post integration, we have automatic digital push, we have an all-time access, the document is digitally signed and verifiable so nobody can question it, there is no physical storage needed, and it is a government certified security, so it's unquestionable. The process has involved multiple stakeholders, as we can see: Finance Department, Government of Maharashtra, Directorate of Accounts and Treasuries, Accountant General, both Mumbai and Nagpur, which was not easy to coordinate with, but then we had very good teams and we sat across very many times, and finally we could succeed in convincing the AG towards this initiative. We had our in-house development team, we had the NEGD team, the DigiLocker team under MeitY, and the pensioners, who are the, in fact, most important stakeholders and beneficiaries. So this is a simple 5-step access process, how pension documents can be accessed in minutes. The pensioner can open a DigiLocker app or website and log in with Aadhaar. He goes to issued documents, selects the Directorate of Accounts and Treasuries Maharashtra, chooses the documents, that is PPO, CPO, GPO. I'll show you in a short video film in the end if there is time. He can view or she can download or share the digitally signed copy, and this ensures a lifetime secure access anytime, anywhere. This is an interactive integration flow design of AG systems integrated with pension systems and with the DigiLocker. This is a brief overview of the technical architecture which is in place to ensure a success of this initiative, and this is one more technical slide for the participants who are interested. And finally, we have a short video which shares the experiences of a few beneficiaries of this initiative. Can we play that video? Please play the video.
All ePPO, eGPO and eCPO documents issued by the Accountant General's offices, Mumbai and Nagpur will now be linked with DigiLocker from 6th October 2025. Directorate of Accounts and Treasuries under the guidance of Principal Secretary, Finance Department, Government of Maharashtra laid the initiative of ePPO, eCPO and eGPO in the recent past. These electronic documents are now, with the help of NEGD, have been linked with DigiLocker and made it easily available to the pensioners. To make pension-related documents easily available, safe and paperless for all pensioners, and to reduce delay, loss or damage of printed copies, pensioners can securely view, download and store this document anytime using their DigiLocker account.
नमस्कार, मी माया कछोटिया या कार्यालयामार्फत निवृत्ती वेतन मिळत आहे. मी वर्ग 4 मधून 31 जुलै 2024 मध्ये रिटायर झाली आहे.
मी प्रशांत सुर्वे, सेवानिवृत्त. मी गेल्या वर्षी सेवानिवृत्त झालो. प्रत्येक वेळी ऑनलाईन पीपीओ साठी मला ते पीपीओ नंबर लक्षात ठेवून एक कार्य होत होता.
डिजिटल लॉकर हे अत्यंत सुरक्षित आहे. जेव्हा मला गरज लागेल कोणत्याही कागदपत्राची मी डिजिटल लॉकर ओपन करून वापरू शकते.
डिजिलॉकर मधून कोणीही पेन्शनधारक हा निवृत्त वेतन विषयक डॉक्युमेंट्स सहज उपलब्ध करून होऊ शकतो.
त्यामुळे माझ्या सारख्या अनेक पेन्शनरना त्यांचा फायदा होणार आहे.
डिजिलॉकर ओपन झाल्यानंतर सर्च मध्ये जा. सर्च मध्ये गेल्यानंतर सर्च डॉक्युमेंट्स इथे अकाउंट अँड ट्रेझरी हे केल्यानंतर पेन्शनल कॉम्बिनेशनची ऑर्डर जर तुम्हाला पाहिजे असेल तुम्ही त्याला क्लिक करावी आणि तिथे आपला पीपीओ जो नंबर तुमचा असेल तो पीपीओ नंबर तुम्ही ॲड करत जा आणि ज्या ट्रेझरीवरनं तुम्ही पेन्शन घेताय त्या ट्रेझरीचं नाव तिथे खाली नमूद करा आणि गेट टू डॉक्युमेंट्स करून टाका. तो तुमची ऑर्डर डाउनलोड होईल. ती डाउनलोड झाली की तुम्हाला तो दिसेल, डाउनलोड झाल्याचं दिसून येईल. डाउनलोड झाल्यानंतर तुम्ही परत पाठी बॅकला येऊन इश्यू इथे क्लिक केल्यास इथे क्लिक केल्यानंतर पेन्शन सर्टिफिकेट इथे क्लिक करा आणि त्या डाउनलोड केल्या त्या सर्व तुम्हाला डाउनलोड झालेल्या इथे दिसून येते. आता माझी इथे मी पेन्शन डाउनलोड केलेली आहे. माझं सर्व नाव पेन्शन सगळं दिसून येते.
सरकारच्या डिजिटल इंडिया या उपक्रमाला चालना मिळाली. तसेच कागदाचा वापरही कमी होतो. पर्यावरण स्नेही उपक्रमालाही मदत होते.
डायरेक्टर ऑफ ट्रेझरी अकाउंट आणि ट्रेझरी ऑफिस या कार्यालयाचे फार आभारी आहे.
Your kind attention. The film was in Marathi, but I hope the English subtitles were clear. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for sharing Maharashtra's inspiring model of digital efficiency and governance innovation. May I now request Shri Samrat Kishore from NEGD to give a summary of the presentation made by ma'am.
I'm sorry, what is this? Are we supposed to go to the next presentation next? No, we'll do it later. We'll go to the next presentation of the next speaker, Gopinath Sahab. Sir has to leave. Thank you, Samrat.
I would like to request Shri K.S. Gopinath, Principal Secretary IT, Government of Assam, to make a presentation on Digital Assam for DigiLocker.
Secretary Mighty, Krishnan sir, my batchmate and dear friend, and very inspirational Abhishek, and the officers of NEGD, thank you for selecting Assam for this particular award. Frankly, we have not done anything special, but followed the lead taken by NEGD and by MeitY in setting up this amazing platform. What we did in the last 1 year, for which we have been awarded, I'll just run through in the slides, but I'd like to share more about how we see we will take this forward. How do the slides transition? Oh, perfect, thank you. I have it with me. Great. In Assam, we were blessed that we already had one central portal for doing our digital services. So this had allowed us to know that here is the 915 odd services that we have in one central location, while citizens were accessing it directly. For us from the IT department too, it gave us a very high visibility of the large number of services we are providing. And this enabled us to say that if we have to roll out our DigiLocker, I mean these certificates and documents that we're issuing, and if we have to roll it out, once we decided, it became extremely easy for us to convince the concerned departments who were the owners that we need to onboard you on that. And for this particular achievement in this short time, I have to thank the team from SEMT, who, there was a new team in place, Pallav is here, he's being awarded now, and our NIC too, who could go out and do it in a very short time. And this enabled us to ramp up our number of services linked to the DigiLocker to 500 in a very short period of time. This is our Seva Setu portal. We are very proud of it. And this will undergo a radical change going forward. There's a World Bank project which we are just embarking on for enhancing the citizen services. And I realize now, as we're working on the design of it, that DigiLocker and what the DigiLocker is going to offer is going to be very integral to how we design these services going forward. We all know these benefit. It's a single, I mean, the citizens, the advantages to the citizens is known. For the government also it is known. I will not add anything more to it. Just the journey that we ourselves had, sometimes it's worth recounting that from less than 50 services almost a year ago, if we had dumped up to 500, it is because of the effort that people took and the fact that having a single portal allows that kind of a visibility. There are use cases. Again, I would not like to go much on that. Employment exchange, we are using it. Contractor licenses, we are using it. But the primary thing I wanted to share now with you, I mean, I'm inspired by what the secretary said and Abhishek said. And I'm kind of reminded that had it been the 17th century and it was Leibniz listening to Newton, he would have said, man, calculus is mine. How come he's saying calculus? So, you know, the ideas that I had thinking about, I could hear Abhishek speak that and secretary speaks that. It's like the idea whose time has come. There is no single person who can say it is my idea. And that's exactly what I felt when I heard Abhishek and Sir speak about what are the various ways we can be using these digital certificates. My mind blows at that. You know, I remember 10 years ago when blockchain was all the rage and there was this book by Casey, there's a couple of people who wrote the book called The Trust Machine. I was on deputation to Faridabad as a professor. I was teaching analytics and running various courses. And I used to dish out that book to everyone, saying, look at this blockchain, amazing, you know, you're able to create trust. But over a period of time, you know, being a bureaucrat for 30 years, you kind of think that if I go blockchain, I'm looking at anarchy. I'm basically saying that nothing can be trusted, and then we need to have some kind of proof of work or some mechanism that can generate trust out of thin air. But over a period of time, as a civil servant, you believe we are governments, you know, we are the government. How can we not be trusted? But NEGD, MeitY, they have done that now. With DigiLocker, we are seeing this trust being manufactured in the proper way. A government department, an organization issues a certificate. It is digitally signed. It has information. The IT Act says this is a valid document to be trusted. And suddenly we have created a piece of information that is being universally trusted. And there is another certificate and another certificate. So we have a huge mesh of digital certificates in place, accessible to the citizen on his mobile phone. There's a digital wallet that we have here. And this trust machinery that is being created now is, frankly, it's a blockchain killer. So that's why when I look at any state department or government saying that we're going to put it on a blockchain, I think, why? We already have this fantastic achievement, and we will see more use cases of this going forward. Abhishek spoke about health record. Why not? I mean, We have, many rich nations have had structures in place to have that medical record, the whole history available. We may not be able to do that, but our governments are providing those vaccinations. We are providing treatments in our PSCs. We are doing all of these transactions, and it is possible for us to have recorded it and very easily put it on to the digital certificate, to the DigiLocker. When looking at the citizen services now, which we are going to revamp now, one use case that automatically comes to my mind, which you're going to do that, is with these large certificates in place, which the citizen has, why should I ask him ever to fill up a form? Because of the transactions that he has had with us, he knows, and we know, information or data points about him, which we ourselves have certified at different time. We'll let him automatically fill the form. That's something Abhishek spoke, and we will be implementing that in Assam soon. So, where do we see it going forward? As I said, in the citizen services, we'll absolutely make sure that it's available and helps in filling up the form, etc. From the government side, how do I start consuming it better? Because it was a no-brainer as far as the citizen service was concerned. The citizen never has to attest anything document. He has it available. He can apply everywhere. But from the government point of view, I'm seeing many of us, many states, have started the whole process of let's have that citizen registry, a family registry in place. At the same time, we have read the DPDP Act. Sir spoke about how when it becomes operational, we have this concern about privacy and securing this data becomes of great importance. And that's where this federated architecture that we have of storing information is so amazing. So the issuer retains the document in a very secure manner. But all of this information of the citizen transacting with the government could have been leveraged by the government to better understand the citizen and to provide him or her the right kind of services. So this is a path that I would like to take in our state, and I hope many states do that so we can learn from them. But I realize now that for this, we would require a metadata standard. Because I may be issuing 500 certificates, and many of them may have different information elements. I should be able to use them with the citizen's consent in a uniform manner. So I believe either at the NEGD level, if it has not already been done, or at the state level, it is required for us to have some kind of a metadata standard, a standard consistent way of referring to data so that it allows this data aggregation to take place without ever centralizing the data. We follow the example that the data lies where the citizen gave it in good faith to the particular department or service provider, but when it needs to be aggregated for a particular service delivery, without actually centralizing the information can be brought in for that crucial decision of either assessing the eligibility, or maybe the citizen himself or herself just picks up and checks, and he has his own mobile app which rides on this data and says, yes, I am eligible. So that's a path that I believe we have to go, and the metadata standards would help. Going forward, as we roll out more certificates, because we've done 500 services, we have 915, more services will come, and I'm looking at the eligibility for the schemes also. And there are so many schemes that the government run, which is citizen-centric and which are DBT-oriented. Even those eligibility documents would be put on the DigiLocker, and again, it becomes another integral part of the information. I'm seeing that happening, and we'll do that. We require some kind of a hierarchy of trusted entities. Now, every issuer is digitally signing it, but every information element, is it equally trustworthy? I mean, from that point of view, the entity issuing the certificate, it is fine, but it may speak about multiple attributes. So which attribute should have primacy over the other? And I'm finding it so strange. Actually, it's a perfect example. My name card, which is printed here, is exactly the mix of my Aadhaar card and the PAN card. And I can never link the PAN card to my DigiLocker, because there it is K.S. Gopinath Narayan. There is no dots. And Aadhaar has K.S. A dot. So here I have only one dot. So it's a hybrid of the Aadhaar card and the PAN card. You have one dot here instead of two dots. So this is strange. So something which is so obvious, why is the DigiLocker not permitting me to pull my PAN card? Because it's this two dots which is missing. And I believe Google decided way back that the dot in the email ID can be ignored. So somewhere, how do I put an AI layer on top of it? That all of these certificates are in place, maybe the wallet. Yeah. So the wallet could have brought it all together. So that's the way I'm looking at these services evolving over time. DigiLocker will be monumental. The change it will have will be far more than Aadhaar ever had. Aadhaar did great thing. DigiLocker rides on top of that, but DigiLocker will be even greater than that. So once again, I thank MeitY for giving me the opportunity and recognizing the work done by the state of Assam. I thank Abhishek and his team who have in the past laid the foundation of this thing, and great things will happen because of DigiLocker. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. As Secretary, sir, has to leave for an urgent meeting, I would request the dignitaries on the table and all the awardees and the speakers of various sessions to quickly assemble outside the summit hall for a group photograph. Following this, I would like to request all dignitaries and delegates to proceed for a short tea break, which is being served in the pre-function area in front of MR15 at level 1. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to announce that in this hall, the Summit Hall, we will have breakout session 1 on government and education. Breakout session 2 on VAS and FinTech will be held in meeting room number 16 or MR16 at level 1. So all speakers and people from the sectors and government participants, whoever wants to attend the government and education one, that's in the Summit Hall, and VAS and FinTech are in MR16 at level 1. milestone for digital governance. DigiLocker celebrates empowerment of more than 50 crore citizens across the nation. From gentlemen, we are having the breakout session 1 on government and education in this summit hall. I would like to request Dr. Professor Anil D. Sehasrabuddhe, Chairman, National Education Technology Forum, NETF, to kindly address this gathering.
Is the PPT put on? Hello? Is the PPT put on? Yeah. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very excited to be here in a very important platform of National Conference on DigiLocker, enabling paperless access for all. I represent National Educational Technology Forum, which is created by the Ministry of Education under NME ICT mission, with a mandate of creating several applications for use of technology in education as per National Education Policy 2020. Well, as far as NEP 2020 is concerned, we are all aware it was one of the transformative policies which have come into existence 5 years ago, which talks about holistic, multidisciplinary, multilingual education rooted in Indian values and ethos. It also talks about Indian knowledge systems, support for innovation and research, teacher training, and faculty empowerment. And also in the policy, there is a lot of emphasis on embedding skills leading to both employability of our graduates and creating entrepreneurial mindset amongst our students. It also has various features about how do we earn credits, both in a formal manner through our colleges and universities, through the courses which are part of the curriculum, but also beyond curriculum in terms of informal learnings, maybe different types of skill sets one can acquire through both from industry as well as from various startups. Then credits earned through a robust platform called Swayam, which has been created, which is a MOOC platform of India, something similar to what edX or Coursera have, more than about 3,500 courses. It is further expanded to have Swayam Plus courses, which are more employment-oriented, skill-based courses. So how do we creditize those also into our curriculum and also get into the possible transcript as well? This is another area. The policy also talks about multiple entry, multiple exit, that although the program may be of 4 years duration, a student getting out at 2 years may be given a certificate, at the end of 3 years may be given a diploma, so that they will find some useful employment. And then if they want to re-enter, there is a multiple entry possibility as well, like exit. But whatever courses they had done in the prior times must be recorded somewhere so that they may be made use of. So I think these are very interesting features of, one is credit-based system, storage of credits, and then making use of those credits either to transfer to some other institute or in the same institute subsequently when you join back that institute. I think these are some of the very interesting features for the first time brought in the National Education Policy 2020. And therefore, a support system for achieving all these requirements was necessitated right from 2020. And how can it be done? Before that, we already had what is known as National Academic Depository, wherein the entire certificate after the graduation was being deposited, which was of little use because it is not having a unique identity with which that particular certificate was related. It was something similar to what we today face difficulties in terms of the hard copy certificate. With the use of technology, someone may also photocopy it, then edit it, and then probably pass it on as his or her own certificate. And therefore, when there is only a certificate placed in DigiLocker, may not be of essence or use unless it is uniquely identified to a particular individual to whom it belongs. And that's where a unique ID was necessitated, and we have created this ID called as APAR ID. APAR stands for Automated Permanent Academic Account Registry. It's a registry. Thereby, this is linked to an individual, and uniqueness comes from checking at the background through UDI and Aadhaar. And when it is Aadhaar verified unique identity given only once in its lifetime, one cannot have a second APAR ID, therefore it becomes a unique ID. And it is linked with academic bank of credits, where every semester whatever courses a student is taking, the university can put in those both names of the courses, the credits of those courses, the grade or the percentage of marks secured in that, and thereby it becomes an authentic record of the learning of the student from the academic institution. You have also the technologies of blockchain and the consented sharing of credentials through APIs. These are all necessities, requirements for supporting what national education policy is talking about. We are also referring to students going from one university to the other university, sometimes on an exchange program, maybe within the country or outside, under semester exchange program, and the credits earned subsequently in another institute have to be brought into this current institute, and therefore the academic bank of credits becomes handy. So the creation of this unique APAR ID through single sign-on, using verification through UDI and Aadhaar credentials became very important, significant achievements as far as the APAR and academic bank of credits is concerned. And so far, APAR IDs created are 33.84 crore, which is almost equal to the population of students in the age group of right from childhood 6-7 years up to about 25, 26 years of age. That means graduates, postgraduates included, including school children, of which 23.03 crore students are verified. It means they are Aadhaar certified, verified. And that means there is authenticity that 23 crores are certainly unique IDs. Remaining 10 crores need to be Aadhaar verified or Aadhaar certified, and unless that is done, they will not be converted into what we call as unique IDs of APAR. As far as higher education is concerned, it is near saturated with 4.56 crore students. In skill sector, maybe ITIs and polytechnics, it is about 1.56 crore. In school education, it is 14.53 crore students. As far as the institutions which are onboarded are concerned, they are 2,696 in number, using both Aishe code as well as UDICE code. That means each of these institutions are the recognized ones who can put in credits secured by the students into the academic bank of credits. So far, 1.92 crore unique student credits have been seeded and 5.59 crore academic records mapped. This is a real value addition in terms of usage of APAR ID, that 1.92 crore students academic records are getting deposited semester by semester, year on year basis, which becomes what is known as the dynamic CV of the candidate. I'm calling dynamic CV because it's not just, as I said in the beginning, formal credits from the university system, but also other learnings which students undertake and where it can be creditized. Maybe some Microsoft certification course, it could be some other course which is taken from some startup. I will come to some of the initiatives undertaken as part of the AICT earlier, which can also be creditized. And some student who is doing exceedingly well in sports or some cultural activities, music, dance, drama, if they can also be considered as equivalent to 1 credit, 2 credit, they may also be stored into this academic bank of credits. That means this can be a trustworthy, transparent biodata of a candidate being built up from childhood till after employment, even for skilling, upskilling, reskilling. Those things also can be creditized and placed into this record. So this is an excellent lifelong ID for a student. We could have used straight away Aadhaar, but Aadhaar being not permitted for a variety of usages because of Privacy Act, this is being taken as the consent of the candidate and stored. I will come to some of the very interesting use cases which have started applied by some of the agencies, and some of them are in the pipeline. One of the very important things which parents and students face is when the parent gets transferred from one city to another city or from one state to the other state, a child has to take a transfer certificate from the school and then go to the other state or other college or other place and then show all the hard copy certificates. So there is no need of hard copy certificate, because if the school record of the student is already embedded into the academic bank of credits, a simply 12-digit ID APAR can be shared to the new school. The new school can verify whether that child has indeed completed that 6th standard or 8th standard, and then what are the courses that a student has done, and all of that becomes part of the new school. And that's how transfer from one school to the other school becomes seamless, and with authenticity it will be carried out. Second part is, I have talked about transfer of credits. Student does some course on our MOOC platform called Swayam. It's a 3-credit course. A student is a student in some remote place of Arunachal Pradesh nearest, and some course of IIT Madras or IIT Bombay is taken by him. And then those courses can be creditized in terms of transfer of credit. The grades secured from the MOOC platform can be transferred to the account of the institute in the nearest. But suppose nearest doesn't want to take all of those courses as part of the credits, even then the additional learning done by the student is still recorded in the academic bank of credits. This can be a claim by the student. If the student has gone for doing some kind of social work or participating in competitions like Baha or what we call Robocon. The prizes earned there also could be deposited, which can become sort of additional learning. The transfer of credits is possible, permissible as far as UGC, AICT is concerned, but if the university does not want to accept someone else learning, then even then the candidate can claim the accomplishments that the candidate has done through this. So this is a very interesting idea. As far as students writing entrance exams are concerned, whether after 12th grade JEE or CUET or NEET exam, when they are conducted, they need to fill a form, and if 12-digit ID is given to the application form, naturally many of the data which is required to be filled becomes pre-filled or auto-filled. Thereby the ease of filling a form can also become very, very easy. I'll come to language part later, since many students who do their 10th standard in their own mother tongue sometimes face difficulties in filling forms in English because they don't understand some of the meanings. So how can we even help them in terms of filling an application form for an entrance exam if they have a 12-digit ID? This is one more interesting area. Admission to higher education institutions, to universities, both in India and abroad when they are going, all the credentials are required to be given in the form of transcripts. So this academic bank of account credentials will become part of that. So I think that is also becoming seamless. Many state governments may provide scholarships. Even central government is providing scholarships, no doubt, in certain cases. There can be concessions, railway concessions, air concessions, bus concessions. Sometimes some state governments want to give for girl children a bicycle or a laptop. I think all of them can be verified through the credentials of the candidate through the academic bank of credits. Data sharing to likely employers. Many times the employers like TCS or Infosys or Tata Steel may ask for the hard copy certificates today, but they may stop doing it by asking only 12-digit ID. The entire CV of the candidate which is built up there can be accessed by them. Of course, all of this through the consent of the candidate, because we are all in the world of Privacy, Data Security Act and so on, and therefore all this information is a property of that individual, and therefore unless the candidate is permitting to share that, will not be possible. We are also exploring possibilities of providing all this credential and data to the foreign institutions and employers abroad. There are some issues which are there right now, because most of these go through the OTP methodology, and then there are no OTPs available for them from Indian sources, and therefore how can we provide them access through either email, or whether a candidate can bundle up all the information that one wants to share in the form of a DigiLocker ID through that, and then create an QR code and share this QR code, which can be clicked by any foreign agency and will get all the information in the form of the credentials of the candidate. I think these are all some of those which are already being done. Some are in the pipeline, and I'm sure as we go along, many private players also can create many applications for use of APAR and Academic Bank of Credits. As I said, I will need to tell something more which as National Educational Technology Forum, which we have been doing, started earlier in the form of what we call as AICTE chairman, and subsequently continued under National Educational Technology Forum. I'm mentioning all of this because there can be relationship with this and the Academic Bank of Credits and the ABC, which we talked about APAR ID. A student who is applying for internship, especially in tier 2, tier 3 cities, where internship opportunities are very minimal, whereas student in metro cities or where industry is available, they have got easy access to internship. Those colleges and universities can discuss with industry partners and they can get internship, but we have been trying to help tier 2, tier 3 institutions for getting internship opportunities. There have been 81,000 plus industries who are onboarded. 77 lakh students have been provided internships in the last 5 years. Often we say that employability of graduates is at stake, and this can only be enhanced by giving hands-on experience for the students through internship. 4.7 crore students are registered, and 1.98 crore students registered with what we call as Aadhaar or APAR ID. And they are all very, very useful for the students. The second one is National Educational Alliance for Technology, which is a 4-stage approval of the industry which are providing what we call as personalized learning possibilities. Well, many of the students are at different levels of learning, and by testing their earlier accomplishments and how much they have learned in any of the areas like maybe AI and robotics or machine learning or Indian knowledge systems or in blockchain, one can test them, and then through the NEET portal, one can give them learning, what we call pathway, by which at the end of the program, all of them are near equal in terms of their, what we call accomplishments or credentials. And so through NEET 1, NEET 2, NEET 3, NEET 4, NEET 5, we have onboarded several companies, as many as about 400 of them, with about more than 700 products which are available. They are all at a cost, but the very interesting part of this NEET portal is any industry which is onboarded after due validation through 4-stage process will have to share 1/4 of the seats free of cost. These are all chargeable. Students have to pay a small fee ranging from, depending on the industry, 500 rupees, 1,000, 4,000 rupees, 5,000 rupees for a product. But for every 4 students who take this product, they have to give 1 seat free, and that we will use it for giving it to socially and economically backward sections of the society. So far, the net value of the free seats provided based on the value of the respective products is about 480 crore in the last 5 years. So this is a very exciting way of personalized learning for students. These credits also could be stored into the academic bank of credits. That's why if all of these students who are applying for either internships or for the NEET or even the National Apprenticeship Training Portal, NATS, if they have taken in through the route of academic bank of credits route and the ABC, then in that case they can be creditized and put in as self-learning or reskilling, upskilling, which is very important from employability perspective. As far as I said, language part, we have created a unique tool, which is an AI-based translation tool called Anuvadini. And this is one which translates content in any of the Indian languages into other 22 Indian languages recognized in the 8th schedule, but also can translate into 50 odd foreign languages as well. So any form, if it is designed in any other language, one can speak with that in an audio mode and fill in the form by just audio mechanism, and it gets filled and it submits the form in the language of the choice of the organization which is inviting the application. I think this is one of the finest ideas. And like other translation tools, of course, the accuracy always is a question in terms of training of the tool. The accuracy can be ranging between different languages, 70–80%. But what is more important is it has an editor associated with it. And online one can edit the content. You know, the language expert and the subject expert can edit on the fly, thereby the accuracy of the translation becomes further improved. The second part is most of the translation tools which are available even from many other sources, including India and abroad, they all do text translation. But here we are capable of translating the entire book, including the formatting. If the formatting in InDesign or some of the printing software is done, in the same software, the content in English along with the tables, charts, figures gets translated into any other language in the same format with the same size of the fonts, same color of the fonts. So it is exclusively something like creating a color Xerox copy of a book in English into any other 22 languages. And this has been aiding in terms of creating our books in Indian languages, because National Education Policy also talks about providing higher education in Indian languages wherever required, wherever possible, and therefore engineering education has already begun, medical education has begun, probably legal education is also about to start. So for all of them to aid in creating the books in those languages, this tool is going to be significantly very, very important. I think the other part is many young startups, they create a product, they don't know whether it is good or bad, how good it is, whether it can stand in the market. So we have created a NETF sandbox environment where people can put in their product. It can be tested by some of the experts, give them advice, and they can improve upon the product. Once it is satisfactory, they can get into the market and come into either the NEET portal or individually or independently can start selling their product. I think these are some of the initiatives which are part of the National Educational Technology Forum, and one very interesting idea of that unique idea of APAR and ABC is becoming very, very useful in many use cases. We want to expand that. With these words, I complete my presentation. Thank you very much for hearing.
Thank you very much, sir. I would like to request Sunil Sharma, Director NEGD, to kindly present a small token of appreciation to Professor Sahasrabuddhe. Thank you so much, sir. It is my pleasure to invite Sri Govind Jaiswal, Joint Secretary, Department of Higher Education, Ministry of Education, to kindly address the gathering here. He will speak on digital public infrastructure for trust, transforming education and governance with DigiLocker. Please join me in welcoming Sri Govind Jaiswal.
Thank you, respected guest, all the state official. I have been told to speak on the digital public infrastructure. The topic itself has one specific word, which is the public. Before I come to the issue on the education aspect, what I have been seeing for last 5 years, though, because I was involved into as a director digital health in Ministry of Health, and after that as a joint secretary in Ministry of Education. The digital aspect, which most of the time we discuss, the communication and the terminology which has been used widely ensure that it is being excluded by the public. Because most of the time the terminology, question, phrases which we use is slightly difficult to understand by a normal person. And the question and the answer we ask, most of the time it's a pompous. I will come on the education point. Why I wanted to raise, because when we are talking about the public infrastructure, it has to be ensured that we communicate in the way, or we give the solution in that way that everybody can understand. I will give just one example. This is a very beautiful bottle in front of me. I tried to open, but the cap is so tight I couldn't open. So it came to my mind, it's kind of digital thing. It's very beautiful, but if you can't use it, it doesn't make any sense. So we should try to ensure that our communication, our solution, our intervention in that way that it can be understood by public in a very simpler way. Most of the time we assume that we know all the aspect, but it's slightly difficult, and that's why most of the time we don't ask question also. It's everybody is aware, and because we see that nobody is asking the question, so everybody keeps silent. Why should I ask the question and show that I am not aware? 5 years before, I was completely unaware about the digital aspect. Even I was not aware that there's a huge difference between digitization and digitalization. And I have seen that many people are still not aware, and that's not an issue. Actually, we should admit it and we try to address the issue. Then we will able to communicate our solution properly. Then any solution or infrastructure can be converted into a digital public infrastructure. Why I am explaining? Because in the governance system I have seen in a daily way, and I will give one example. That before the COVID application was launched during COVID time, I was in that team. We have given the first time that application to a person who cleaned the Ministry of Health office. When he said that he is comfortable to use the COVID application, and then only we launch, because that application to be used by masses, not by classes. And that makes that application a very successful application, and more than 2.5 billion vaccine being administered through that application. And it is one of the best applications being used by across India, and the scale is phenomenal. The first time we launched, around the hit was 80 crore in a single day. So then only we can address the solution of a problem of any solution which can be adopted by a very, very grassroots level by public. And now I will come on the education point, though most of the point have been already explained by Anil sir, and about the APAR ID and what kind of digital infrastructure we see. That see in education, because most of the time we have been mentally trained to accept the knowledge through manual way. Teacher is standing in front of us. And what happened when we convert into a digital aspect, we still following the same pedagogy, same method, same system, while the communication of the word is through the digital aspect, but everything in the same way. That decreases the efficiency of the knowledge or the communication that we make. So that's what we have to understood, ki whatever I say manually, because when a person is standing in front of me, and the way I speak to him, he understands my body language, he tried to ask a question. In the same way I will speak in the digital aspect or through VC mode, we have to use certain technology. So that's in education, especially the digital public infrastructure, we have spoken about the online program, APAR ID, NATS scheme. There are many services we provide through the educational ecosystem, and the technology has ensured that the last person sitting or living anywhere in India can access those aspects. But whether the challenges of him actually address or not, that we have to assess at the ground level officer, by the ground level officer, where the state government roles are very, very important, because the officers are sitting in the ground. And the industry role is equally important. See, when the APAR ID was launched in 2021, initially we got credit of around 8,000. Then in 2022, the credit was around 20 lakhs. Then it came to around 40 lakhs. In last 2 years, it has jumped. It has gone to 4 crore. Now 5.8 crore credit has come. But the major question we are still asking to ourselves, whether the credit is increasing due to the enforcement by the government or the demand by the stakeholder. Demand of credit is to be by two persons or two verticals of the society. One is academic world and second is industry world. If they will not ask the credit demand and they will not understand the NEP aspect, why the credit has been used, it doesn't make any sense to just enforce and ask every institution to just add on credit and just to reflect the increasing number. It is actually academic world, because when I have gone to the university, I was going only to get a good job or to be settled in the life. And the job is to be ensured by the industry or any government sector, wherever I get the job, and by the academic world if they ask my certificate. That was the reason I was acquiring the certificate. If these two pillars of the society, they are not asking the credit, it will not make any sense. Initially, though we have given the architecture, infrastructure, application, and it has been used widely, now slowly we have to ask the question of how it can convert it into a real digital public infrastructure, rather than application who is just accumulating the credit, and we are just being happy to showing number is increasing in a drastic way. That question to be asked by all the infrastructure available into the digital world, whether they are actually providing or ensuring the objective of the application or not. Because number itself is it's a good parameter, but it's not an outcome of the application. If the number has increased, that's why we should be happy. In the same way, when the NATS portal, initially it was manual, so there are a lot of problem. A boy sitting in the Gadchiroli or in Chhattisgarh area, some of the district, they were not able to access those kind of apprenticeship. It has ensured. But that's not last objective. We have to see whether we are actually ensuring the industry is getting that kind of requirement from the student or academic world. These are just one example I wanted to say in front of you before I conclude some of the point that I wanted to highlight, especially the role of state government, official, industry in this entire contours. If we take one or more example, just like SWAM portal is one of good example. Every semester we get around 40 to 50 lakh enrollment, and number of students are increasing day by day. We are very happy that we are making a good progress, but still it is mostly used by some of the states like Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Maharashtra. Many states and many students of the other state, they are not using it that way. So these are the challenges that we are facing, and I am very much sure that when we are talking about the digital public infrastructure, all stakeholders' roles are very important. And it is my sincere request, please see whether any application is provided by central government, state government, academic world, is being used by the last user for the real objective, not for use per se. That will make all the digital infrastructure a real public infrastructure. These are the few points that I wanted to raise. Most of the points have been already discussed. And if any challenges come, please see whether the question or the reply is being asked should not be pompous. It should be used or to be communicated in that way. A person who is totally unaware about the technology, digital world, just like the UPI is the classic example. Even I am not aware about the any terminology, phrases, complexity, I can use very frankly. So that is the key for any successful intervention in this entire world. And we have to raise the question, if I don't understand digitization and digitalization, it is absolutely normal. That is the biggest problem I see. We don't accept our weakness. In our society, that's a trend. If I can't raise the bar, I will say the bar is heavy. I never say I am weak. That's the problem inherent by our societal issue that is being continuing the digital world. Please say that I am weak, I can't raise the bar. What are the solutions that I should admit, and what are the intervention that I took so that I can actually raise the bar. These are the core issue. If you address this issue, all the digital that application will be used by public in an enormous way, and they will be the final beneficiary. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, sir. Sir, I would like to request Shri Sunil Jain to kindly present a token of appreciation to Shri Jaiswal. Thank you so much. I would now like to request Professor T.G. Sitaram, Chairman AICTE, to deliver his address on building trust in higher education, the AICTE vision for paperless and seamless learning ecosystems.
Sabhi ko namaskar. Good afternoon to all of you. It's indeed a privilege to be part of this DigiLocker entity national conference, a landmark event that brings together India's best minds in technology, policy and governance. I'm very happy to be here today to share some of my thoughts. But at the outset, I would like to congratulate the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology and the National E-Governance Division for conceptualizing this powerful platform to deliberate on the future of trusted digital document exchange in India. Friends, I firmly believe that the future of education lies at the intersection of technology and the trust. And the DigiLocker is one such tool which bridges the connect between the two. And today, we have heard the two previous speakers talks about majority of the initiative we have taken at in the Ministry of Education and AICTE, how this technology is going to really useful to upscale the education system in the country. Over the last decade, India's digital transformation has been nothing short of phenomenal. What we have witnessed is not merely the adoption of technology, but the creation of an inclusive digital revolution that reaches every corner of our nation. One question we need to ask is, who built this technology? These are the students of the AICTE approved engineering students have done this. This is the mind-boggling number. All of you have to realize. So we need to also change the narrative. It is not just about IITs and the premier institution of higher learning or the creation of this technology, because they are so small number. They could not have done this disruption. This is about 1.5 million engineers who graduate from AICTE approved institutions are the real heroes of building these technologies. Friends, our engineering today, we are actually providing engineering education to the world, not just for India, because our engineers work across the world in every company. They are omnipresent in every country and every company of the world. So learning is also, because of these technology, learning has also changed. Today, see, in our time, we always learned with teacher-assisted learning. Teacher is to come to the classroom, write it on the board, we take the notes and go to an exam, write an exam and come out. Today, the learning has changed because of these technology, and DigiLocker is one such technology. So, how the learning has changed? Today we have self-learning. Govind Jaiswal talked about Swayam Plus, and even our NEET programs, microcredits, which are there, which Sasrabuddhi highlighted. Collaborative learning, experiential learning. In experiential learning, AICTE has started Smart India Hackathon. And I've been very happy to tell you this is the 8th in the series. 500,000 students actually participate in the Smart India Hackathon, solving the real world problems, both using software edition as well as the hardware edition. Where in a software edition of the Smart India Hackathon, it happens for 1.5 days, about 36 hours non-stop, and they develop codes and solving the real world problems. In the hardware edition, they build the products. And this is the change of learning, where experiential learning created a disruption in education. So according to GSMA Digital Nation Index, India has outperformed in the Asia Pacific average in most dimensions of digital development, particularly in digital infrastructure, security and inclusion. The government's visionary Digital India platform or a program has been instrumental in transforming governance and empowering citizens, with the digital economy now contributing nearly 12% of our national GDP. India stands today as a true digital powerhouse, showcasing world-leading innovation in public digital infrastructure and 5G connectivity. However, as highlighted by GSMA, to sustain this remarkable momentum, we must continue to strengthen research and development, foster private sector innovation, and retain skilled talent within the country. So this is where the human capital part will come in. The number of graduates, engineering graduates, we are well versed with these technologies, comes to the prime spot. Today we have a very such large number. According to the State of India's Digital Economy report released by Career Process Center of Internet and Digital Economy, India now ranks 3rd in the world for digitalization, which he talked about, of the economy. By 2030, India's digital economy is projected to contribute nearly 1/5 of the country's overall economy, outpacing the growth of the traditional sectors. So, powered by innovations in artificial intelligence, cloud computing, and strong digital infrastructure, Digital India has created a new opportunities and empowered millions. As we mark this milestone, one thing is clear. Digital India has not just brought technology closer to people, it has brought people closer to opportunities. So this is where, friends, I would like to highlight that, the learning part has changed, and in this digital transformation in higher education particularly is not just about integrating technology into classrooms. It represents a fundamental shift in how educational institutions operate, engage with students, deliver learning experiences. It involves leveraging advanced technologies such as artificial intelligence, virtual reality, augmented reality, blockchain, and big data analytics to enhance teaching, learning, administration, and research. I would like to tell you one small incidence of these kind of a new programs what we have created at AICTE. So when I joined as a director at IIT Guwahati, a philanthropist came to me from Houston, Texas. He said, I would like to start a BTech program in data science and artificial intelligence. This was year 2021. Okay. Then he was very clear I would like to start a BTech program. That means we have to create a JEE advanced paper for that, you know. So when he came to me, then luckily that time Guwahati itself was the coordinating institute for the JEE advanced. So we created that, we started the program. I came to AICTE in December 2022. Okay, that is after one and a half years. First question I asked my officers is how many colleges are offering a BTech program in data science and artificial intelligence. Believe me, 2017-18 itself they have started these programs in AICTE colleges, and large number of colleges, maybe thousands of colleges started offering a program in BTech in data science and AI as early as 18. So this is the number which really, if you count it properly, about 6 lakhs plus engineers graduated with these specialized skills. You might ask a question, you know, how they are trained, they don't have teachers, learning is not there. But believe me, 4,000 GCCs are here to hire our talent. And they are not questioning this. They believe that Indian talent is here to serve the world, not just the India. So this is where I think we need to change the narrative, ladies and gentlemen, that we don't have confidence in our own graduates. I think that's the major problem we need to correct ourselves. Otherwise, the transformation is driven by the need to provide personalized learning experiences, improve accessibility, and equip students with future-ready skills. And what really changed that is the COVID-19. COVID-19, not the one what we created, the new tools, what Jaiswal highlighted, it accelerated the shift of using technology. Otherwise, many of us who are sitting in this hall would not have graduated to use the technology. We would have been resistant to still use the technology, because initial days, I remember, IIT faculty itself were not ready to move. They were saying, sir, let's wait. Let's wait for another 3 months, COVID will go away. This was the wish list. Then I have to force them, whether it goes away or not, we need to move the technology, start offering classes online. So what we learned is, we started offering classes of a shorter duration, 20, 30 minutes, not 1 hour, like 50 minutes. So many things what we were doing time and again, time immemorial, we have to change. That's the change is the one which brings this digital technologies, because attention span of the students and even the delivery methodology, all that have to change. However, the digital transformation goes beyond remote learning, friends. It encompasses a holistic change in educational ecosystems, ensuring inclusivity, quality, and innovation, and more importantly, every learner has to be accommodated in that. Slow learner, fast learner, and a quick learner. So digital transformation is not just about adopting new technologies, it is about reimagining the way we teach, learn, and engage with knowledge. So I just wanted to share, because both of my colleagues have highlighted about Ministry of Education and AICTE's many programs already. So you already know about it. So enhanced learning experience, I would like to emphasize. Digital platforms provide personalized learning. That means learning can happen even in your bedroom. Okay? Experiences catering to the unique needs and learning pace of students. Adaptive learning systems. And AI-driven educational tools are enabling a more customized educational journey. The next is the accessibility and inclusivity. One of the greatest promises of digital transformation is its potential to democratize education. That's what I talked about. Engineering education, we were able to do that either by maybe mistake in the 80s, when southern India started large number of engineering colleges. We all felt that it is a mistake. But today we see that is the strength of India. So this same democratization, why I said it is, today we have engineering colleges in Andaman and Nicobar, Polytechnic in Lakshadweep Island. Though the individual who dreams of doing any program on these programs is near to his home, the institutions are available. So we have also started now working professionals program, which allows an employee who is working can do, an ITI student can do a diploma student can do an engineering degree, engineering student can do a master's program after his office hours, flexible timings, flexible terms. So another important technology is provided to us. That is the collaborative learning and a global exposure. So today's students are much more exposed than the time when we were studying. So digital tools are enabling collaborations beyond borders. Virtual classrooms, global webinars, and online exchange programs are providing students with international exposure. That's where some of the private, the agglomerators, particularly Coursera and such, really tools will bring MIT, Harvard lectures into our classrooms. Skill development is another area where we are aligning with industry alignment with rapid advancements in technology. Digital platforms offer flexible and up-to-date skill development opportunities. AICT has been actively promoting virtual internship, which Professor Sasabudhi talked about, and online skill development programs to equip students with industry-relevant skills. One other area where we can also connect using this kind of technology is education to employability. So AICT's career portal is one such examples where 7 lakh employers are being already put in. More than 6,000 institutions have joined that platform. So wherein he is not only getting a job there, he learns how to build a resume and how to prepare for an interview. And there are communities where he can ask mundane questions about his salary and what questions comes in the interview, and all that happens, and then he can search to near to his home what jobs are available and where he fits in. So friends, but with all these, there are a lot of challenges in the digital transformation. I would like to highlight even that this transition is not without challenges. That is, first is digital divide. However we talk about all these technologies, we have a digital tools which brings education to students at fingertips, but digital divide remains a significant challenge. Then faculty readiness. Another major challenge for us is not the student adaptation. Students are very smart with the technology today. The problem is the faculty. So we have 6.5 lakh teachers in engineering education and management education, but the adaptation for digital transformation from them is a big challenge. How do you train them? So we have new programs for them. For example, CEEE, Center for Excellence in Engineering Education. We have started that. Practice is another one. So all of this is available in the AICT website. Please to look at it. Because of lack of time, so I will not go into the details. Okay, and then PG certification program where other core engineering professors can learn about newer areas. These are, and then another important is the cyber security and data privacy. So with the increased use of digital platform, safeguarding student data and ensuring cyber security is of utmost importance. Quality assurance and accreditation is also another big challenge. Friends, with the integrating AI and emerging technologies in curriculum to equip students with the latest technology is the prime step AICT has taken, and Sasabudhi has highlighted NEET and internship and career portals, and I think a lot of skill development platforms have also come. Our NEET platform has more than about 600 products today which can teach. Finally, I would like to conclude as we stand here at Bharata Mandapam, a symbol of India's global stature today. Let us remind ourselves that our digital journey is not about replacing paper with pixels. It is about replacing doubt with trust, delay with efficiency, and exclusion with empowerment. Let us continue to collaborate, innovate, and build a paperless, seamless, and trusted higher education ecosystem that will shape the future of our nation. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Thank you so much, sir. May I request Shri Sunil Sharma, Director NEGD, to kindly present a small token of appreciation to Professor T.G. Sitharam. Thank you so much, sir. Next, we have a presentation from Dr. Sandeep Kumar, Kerala State IT Mission on Certificate-less Governance Program.
Thank you very much, NEGD team, and all the participants, respected seniors, especially from METI and NEGD, who has been guiding us through through this certificateless governance program. And may I have the presentation on there? Thank you. Yes. Next. Yeah, I have the slider. Thank you. So this is a little bit context that I would want to give. What is this certificateless governance program, and what is it that we have taken it up so seriously in Kerala to make governance completely certificateless and paperless. And I would give a brief, and toward the ends I would also want to give some feedback, because this summit wants feedback from the stakeholders so that we can improve upon it further. So if we look at the backdrop, Kerala is actually a digitally very advanced state. We have been starter in many of the things. And if I talk about the recent things, it's in 2023 it was declared first fully e-governed state. That means from village office to chief secretary office, and all the services, most of them are delivered online. Then very recently in August 2025, our Honorable CM declared Kerala as fully digitally literate state. That is the outcome of the effort that we have taken in the last 2-3 years to make sure that digital literacy reaches till the last mile. And now we have a plan in place that we call Digital Kerala Architecture. We have this Malayalam name also, Namude Kerala. So there we are focusing on the how can we move to the next level of digital governance. And many of the things are planned there. So one of the components that we have taken up is the certificateless governance. So our idea is that now the service delivery, even though it's online and all, it has to go proactive, it has to go automated and data driven. That is our overall vision and philosophy under which we are working. And this DigiLocker and the certificateless governance actually meets our requirement. It's a critical element of our this digital Kerala architecture program. So if I talk about the challenge that we are facing in the state, generally it will reflect across most of the state. Will talk similarly in terms of challenges. One of the core challenges is that we do not have a base architecture as the citizen registry or data exchange platform. Every department has developed their data stakes separately, and now they don't talk with each other. So that is one of the core challenge. Then consent with data access, now we have to work on to a lot. DPDP Act will soon come in place, and we are not at all used to this framework, and lots of this consent based mechanism will have to get used to. And this trusted source, again lots of discussion happened onto this. How do we trust onto the digital framework, and how we can DigiLocker is an excellent example of a trust-based digital architecture that we can create. One of the core challenges is also a legacy application, and somewhere I feel that DigiLocker implementation also somewhere relates to this. Most of our e-governance framework, which was developed as under NEGD, started there, and then the different states developed from there. If we talk about different like e-office or e-districts, those platforms have been developed. Some modifications keep on happening, but still some of the legacy system, that is something which pulls us down. And then the disaster resilience also is a particular challenge for Kerala, but all the states, I think it is relevant because now we are almost every year we are facing this damage to some portion of the state and citizen, and then all the certificate related issues comes into picture. So just to start with an example. So how like this traditional this certificate delivery, how it does look like. So if I take one example of my e-district, it's a caste community certificate. So to get this one certificate, a citizen has to submit 11 documents, and you have to scan it, and document quality, of course, many times it will be very poor, and manipulation or fraud is one of the greatest risks that is there. No matter, like, I have to send it to village officer, then tahsildar, they will go physically, or from their knowledge they would want to verify. Why I'm sending there? Because I do not trust citizen, I do not trust this document. The trust deficit is there. How do I verify that this document is authentic? It is very real challenge for from the government perspective. And then it's also digitally it becomes very heavy. For one certificate, you are taking so many certificates. Now you have to keep everything in data center somewhere, you have to store it. Some decades later, someone will complain that this people got the fake certificate uploaded and got it. Then we have to go and scan it, find it out. I have to keep all the document stored in my data center. So it becomes an administrative burden, and also the cost component and digital infrastructure, my load becomes heavy. So I've just given this our e-district framework. If we see 23 revenue certificate, these are the most used certificate from the citizen perspective. SLA time, most of the time will not meet the SLA, and reason being that it has to go to different verification channel, and it will get delayed. There are multiple issues. Officer might not be there, they might be on leave, some other issue, they might be engaged. So time consumption, it's a very complex process. This service delivery gets delay in authenticity. Always trust deficit is there, verification risk. What if like officer, intentionally does something wrong? That also is a trust issue. There also from the government side also comes. Sometimes if there is some confusion, they will send back the application. Then applicant has to apply again. Storage overuse I talked about, and overall it this increases our expense. So that is the after studying all this problem statement, that is when we come up with the certificate-less governance program. So it is basically utilization of the DigiLocker and all the facilities that this beautiful digital stack that Government of India has created, MIT and NEGT has created. So we said, why not use it to maximum to make government, this automated and the certificate-less. So it's just, if I sum it, it is just implementation of DigiLocker and utilizing the facilities of the DigiLocker in the state. And ultimately our aim is to hassle-free digital ecosystem where we can deliver this very fast to the, why it takes like 3 to 5 days. So we have to ask this question, why are we taking 3 to 5 days to deliver one service? And that is where this whole program came into picture. So I was looking at this certificate delivery system, and I asked all these certificates, are these available in DigiLocker? So they say, yes, all is available in DigiLocker. So are we fetching from DigiLocker, or are we asking citizen to upload it? No, we are not fetching, we are asking citizen. Then I said, it's a crime. You are keeping a certificate in DigiLocker that is available, but you will not take from DigiLocker and you will ask citizen to give the certificate and then the verification. So it should not be the case. Let it be any department, let it be any place. If a document is available in DigiLocker, first priority should be to fetch from DigiLocker. And additionally, we can give an option of giving this. Of course, there is some limitation that I will talk about, but that was the idea. Yes, so our objective is that citizen digital empowerment, so it becomes a very seamless access to the system, and ease of doing business, of course, it relates if you are able to reduce the SLA times, this EODB also automatically comes. Automated service delivery, this is something very interesting, and I feel like this is the next stage of our DigiLocker program, that now if we see the government architecture, whenever a citizen wants to any certificate or service delivery, they apply through certain certificates. We'll ask that you give these 5 certificates, this affidavit you have to give and submit. Then I will get it checked from different systems and all, and if everything's as you are giving found to be true, then I will give you the service or the certificate. Now I am saying that if I am taking all these certificates, all this whatever you are giving in from DigiLocker, and it's matching your record, then it's already verified. Then what am I verifying? Why I am sending to village officer? Why I am sending to Tahsildar? Why I am sending to district officer to verify all these documents? I don't need that. So why my SLA will be 3 days or 5 days? It can be 30 seconds. If I am fetching all this DigiLocker, it is matching. It's a verified document. What do I verify further? More than this, that what it will verify. So that is the we are talking about business process automation. That is one study that we are doing. What all services we can automate, where like a citizen doesn't have to wait to get service delivery. Once you provide the document, it's all from DigiLocker, you pull in and it's verified, automatically you get the service delivered. So citizen doesn't have to wait to get the service delivered from the government. Disaster resilience, one of the instances that I would say that we had this landslide in Wayanad and almost 200 houses got swept away. And then this challenge of record came in. That is when we realized the value of this DigiLocker in terms of recovering the certificates. And we had done extensive program in Kerala. We had gone to every tribal helmet and provided certificates and put it in DigiLocker. All the effort we had taken. So that paid off at that time, and we could, within a week, we could recover all the certificates, and that becomes like they become eligible for all the process becomes simpler and all. So it's just showing this is something very interesting as verifier. How does this work? Technology wise, of course, NEGD and DigiLocker people will be able to explain, and I'm very thankful also the kind of enthusiasm and support they provide. So we asked them, and then they supported us. We had a multiple meeting. Initially, initial resistance is 2 months. So for the first certificate, it took like 2 months. But once that happened, then the next certificate, now we are able to quickly add within a week or so. We are able to add multiple certificates. Once the department, TSPs and SE learned how to do it. So basically it fetches from the DigiLocker, takes the consent. It's a consent-based mechanism, and it's a verification is also like trusted. We have not changed the business process as such, but going forward, of course, we will change it. Still, it is going to the approval mechanism to village officer and all. But slowly, since these are all like statutory matter, we will have to do the gadget re-notification and all. So very exciting time. I feel like that this DigiLocker can provide. You all know this DigiLocker and this Entity Locker system, two systems which we can put to use. API Setu equally very useful, which we can utilize whatever is there in DigiLocker. Through API Setu we can pull and verify. And consent framework is very, very interesting aspect, because these are the citizens' data that we are talking about. There is personal data and all, it will come. So since the consent mechanism is inbuilt, we don't have to think further about it. So it's that's why I say it's a ready-made solution. The only thing that we need to do it to implement it. Citizen zero certificate burden, they don't have to carry certificate. I don't have to keep certificate anywhere, and no documentation, nothing, reduced time and cost. Business, of course, if timeline and service delivery license permit, all those things we can reduce. And this government department, that is where I'm focusing, that you focus on your aspect of, you can reduce your workload, you can reduce your process delays, and you can reduce digital this infrastructure burden, fraud and document tampering. So lots of benefit we are getting as a packet. It's a bundle of benefits that we are getting through DigiLocker. Of course, like overall public service, interoperable digital governance also we can do. I will quickly go through some of the use cases that we have done. So a brief of like what program we ran. We identified the 16 department on the most essential certificate where the citizens are accessing the most. We prioritize them and made sure that those are issued. And then utilizing that as verifier. So these two are correlated. If some department is issuing, then only that certificate can be verified by the other department. So that dependency comes. So first step is to like maximum departments should try to issue all their certificate in the DigiLocker. Once they do that, then other department becomes they can actually access it as a verifier. So both these steps are going in hand in hand. We have made lots of progress, and if you see like 16 department, we have provided them training. One workshop was also planned. NEGD is going to come to Kerala, and they will train us on how to integrate this. And online, of course, like we keep on having meeting, and they provide enormous support to the department technical person. So if you see that we have achieved 75 out of 109 certificate that we have identified as issuer. At the same time, verifier 7 out of 99 has already been done, but almost 20 to 25 is in very good progress, including this our e-district 23 certificate also within a month will be able to complete. So what does edge verifier, what does it require? That we have to change our system. Through API we have to integrate it. So all these TSPs, they have to work out at their system, and that is where we have to provide the certificate. Many of the this system is developed by NIC. So that they are the major stakeholder, but at the same time every state will have their own TSPs who need to learn how to integrate this DigiLocker APIs. So once we do that, I think it's a journey that, and of course once we achieve this 104, we'll try for more and more certificates to be integrated. So it's also the Digital Kerala architecture program that we are running. So it is in sync with there. Quickly I will go through two of the use cases. One is that Unified Service Delivery Platform, USDP, this Nammude Kerala app. So this is one government app that we are developing. It will be launched somewhere around January. So we are thinking to integrate in the phase 1, almost 100 services will be delivered through a single front end. So that is their program, and in that DigiLocker becomes very important. I don't want any certificate to be taken physically there. Everything should be, first priority should be the DigiLocker. It will help us enormously. And one of the issues is that many departments issue in PDF, they don't issue in XML. So it has to be issued in XML. That is also the consideration that we have to. Then only it becomes digital burden comes down. Otherwise, this PDF again load on the system increases. Verification becomes tough. So that is where I think we will be able to benefit and truly seamless integration of the services. Single front end, one app, government comes, applies for certificate. I just click for the certificate. All my documents are fetched from DigiLocker and the service get delivered. So basically anything I need, I go to an app, say that I don't provide anything. I just say I want this and fetch my document from DigiLocker and the service gets delivered. So one of the very important component that is there. Second is the unified registry, and we're talking, Gopi sir is also here. We're discussing that many states are working onto this framework, the citizen registry, keeping the citizen registry. This is a very important aspect from the perspective of service delivery, proactive service delivery. How do I proactively deliver the services to the citizen if I don't have a database of the citizen? So one of the concepts is that we create a database of the citizen, we keep a golden record, we take data from different sources and duplicate it and keep it. And different states are taking we have also invested around 34 crores into this. So, but as the discussion followed in the morning, when this DigiLocker system matures, I really feel that it can complement and maybe going forward in the future it can replace also this need of citizen record keeping, because all these records keep on changing. If you see, my address will keep on changing every 2 years once I get transferred. So those kind of aspect has to get updated. So I feel like somewhere DigiLocker can become single source of truth, and we need to fix framework. We need to set a standard. Like if my name is Sandeep Kumar, like which is the source that I will trust, whether it will be Aadhaar card or whether it will be like my PAN card, because in multiple places it will be a different name which will come up. Single source of truth for all the citizen attributes, important attributes we can focus, and important ones if we try to list down, it comes around 100. So if we are able to fix this source of truth for each of these attributes, and whenever these attributes keep on changing, that also gets updated, then we have a very robust this data architecture from where we can do the proactive service delivery. So that is also, right now we are thinking to complement this with DigiLocker, and as and when this system keeps on maturing, and this is how I would like to see the NEGD and the DigiLocker team. So let's not keep it restricted to the certificate delivery or it's a e-job service we are keeping somewhere in the locker. Basically these are data with which we can play. And we can actually make our government services, government delivery, or whatever purpose we can make it very, very efficient. Proactive service delivery is the talk of the hour, and we need to keep this system in place so that we are able to do it. And when we talk about the best of the governance model, X road of Estonia, we talk about, I think this is one of the core component that we have developed here as DigiLocker, which is the federated digital infrastructure. So this is scalable, this is highly scalable, and let's not restrict to certificate, let's not restrict to government. So let it be the federated digital infrastructure which can be utilized by the different entities, even the private sector and all, and that becomes a source of truth, and from there different kind of transactions can take place. we talk about once only principle. So once we have taken in one of the certificate I have taken my name. So it should not be asked somewhere else. If I provide one, like my Aadhaar number, that should be sufficient to fetch all the information. And also I suggest that it should be list only, not only once, but list only. So a huge change in our this business process is required. Our forms need to be modified. And let's take this maximum benefit out of DigiLocker, simplify the process. Enormous opportunity I see that no matter how much we have developed, going forward I see that in the field of service delivery and e-governance, we can simplify multiple fold going forward. And that is what we are working on to. And so this phase 1 we are focusing on high priority transformation. We realize the limitations that once we focus on the most important used services we are able to integrate, then it covers around 80-90% of the services. Lower volumes will go. This if like there are some certificates which are like for a very short period, so that is also where we are not focusing because it will get changed very fast. So longer validity if it is there, then even medium and small volume certificates we are considering. And Namodi Kerlam I talked about, Unified Registry and Data Kerlam will try and best use this digital this architecture that is there in the place, and citizen awareness and trust building. Ultimately, we need to trust our citizen. Whatever certificates they are giving, we'll trust it. Once we will trust it when we are fully confident that that is something that we can digitally verify, and there is no physical verification that is needed. So it's basically paperless and processless also, I would say, that governance that we can deliver. Thank you very much, NEGT, and thank you everyone for listening.
Thanks very much, sir. May I request Shri Abhishek Anand, Director NEGT, to kindly present a small token of appreciation to Dr. Sandeep Kumar. Thank you. May I invite Shri Praveen Bakshi, Commissioner and Secretary IT, Department of IT, Government of Meghalaya, to kindly give a presentation on investment and business verification. I would also request all speakers to kindly stick to their time as far as possible, as we have the summary outcome session at 4 p.m. Of both breakout sessions at 4 o'clock here.
Thank you, and very good afternoon to all of you. Can we have a copy of the presentation? So I'd like to just take a minute of your time as you focus on this photo. This is the iconic Seven Sisters Falls in Sohra, which is Cherrapunji, one of the most scenic spots of the state. And if you look at this photo closely, I'd like to draw your attention that though it looks very forested, there would be habitations and villages on top of the falls also, and there will be habitations and villages down below also. And the challenge that we face in a hilly state like ours is to make governance reach to all segments. And it is, it's further a challenge on how to make digital access also available to all the people. So just to give you a nutshell, the state population is 38 lakh. We have 6,500 villages, and through two portals, unified portals, the state government is taking its best step forward to make government services reach at the doorstep of the citizens, and also giving them valuable digital access. So we are going to talk about two unified portals. The first one being Meghalaya One. This is a unified and integrated digital platform designed by the state government as a single point of access for all citizen-centric services and information. And also in the later slides, we'll talk of another unified portal for investment and business opportunities in the state, and how both of these we have been able to link with DigiLocker as well as Entity Locker. So first, if we talk about Meghalaya One, It was in the year 2019 when the state started taking steps for Meghalaya Enterprise Architecture Framework, which was largely based on the India architecture framework, and we were one of the first states to work on that model, which was shown to us by India EA. And it took a lot of effort for the state governments to bring all the departments on board to define the scope and the work of the MEG EA. Sector-wise, high-level architecture was worked out involving the assessment of IT systems, services in place. And when the detailed architecture was made ready, we had around 200 plus services which were kind of prioritized. Budget was worked out, and then the state government rolled out the Meghalaya One. Like I said, unified and integrated digital platform, which was a platform for all citizen-centric services as well as for information and data management. Now, this portal, what does it do? It is an integrated financial management system. It integrates e-proposal system. There is a grievance connect also in the form of CM Connect. It has e-file management system. 150 plus services are already made available, and there are more modules which are being worked on. Now, some of you would say that would it not be a challenge to make the services, digital services, reach to the doorstep in view of the challenges which the state government faces, being a very, very hilly terrain? So in that, if we would look at the last column, I would like to start there first, the doorstep delivery services. Meghalaya came up with the cadre of village development volunteers who were having tab, who would go to the citizens at their doorstep, get them that assistance in terms of registration, service application, and grievance redress also. It means that the state government had in mind to reach out to those digitally vulnerable groups also, and those were in those very difficult areas which you may have seen. If you go back one slide, one part, you will be able to see that we had a one-stop digital window and unified citizen data engine in place. Now, how did we base our data and citizens repository from? So, unlike other states, we tried to work out citizens ID, but that project didn't work out. So we are still going by the consolidated repository data that we have from PDS, whether it is from EPIC. We have a health insurance scheme which is Aadhaar linked and MNREGS. So that gives us the backbone for eligibility checks and deduplication also. With regards to this digital window, it is both web-based and it is mobile application based also. So it is both, like I said, a framework which gives assisted support to the citizens as well as on self-service model also. So the next slide is about the Meghalaya One architecture. So like I said, the citizen interface is vibrant. It has provision for self-registration also. We have VDVs, which is, the cadre on ground, digital cadre who are able to support people, get information from them, do the scanning, posting, and so on and so forth. The unified data layer is from PDS, MHIS, MNREGS, and the state government is well covered by all the data which we are talking about. And it also helped the citizens and also the state government in rollout of many schemes, CM schemes. We have many schemes linked with job and employment startups about the eligibility checks and rule-based benefit matching. At departmental service level also, it gave a very good opportunity to state government to work on our scheme applications, then our file processing sanctions, so on and so forth. And CM Connect is the grievance redressal mechanism which is in place. It works at various levels through digital mode also, physical outreach at the block level, and so on and so forth. Now we come to what was the vision of the state. So vision of the state was that to have a system in which we are able to analyze, number one, and two, also to reach out the most underserved population, and then also have a clean record of families, individuals that needs to be targeted. There was many studies also done about the multi-dimensional poverty in our state and what are the especially vulnerable groups that we need to reach out to. And the systems that we had through the portal helped us a lot. And then also predictive system also, like birth, marriage, new households. So through that also, how many new applicants will be there, we were able to reach out to them. And the most crucial thing is to make citizens feel empowered and important, and to give them a sense of belonging, and so that they would have a sense of participation in governance. There is a benefit passbook also for the citizens, in which they would be able to see what are the various efforts the government is putting in for the family in terms of schemes, both centrally sponsored as well as state sponsored schemes. So we come now to the Unified Investment Portal and Entity Locker integration. So the Meghalaya government, like other states, also has investment portal, Unified Investment Portal. This is G2C and G2C integrated platform, in which the state government is able to have a centralized platform, particularly from the point of view of G2B, because a lot of investment is now flowing to the northeastern states, and through various schemes of the state government, in industrial policies of the central government also. Namely, we have the Meghalaya Industrial and Investment Promotion Policy, MIIPP 2024, which has rolled out last year. Around the same time, we have this Unnati scheme, which is the Uttar Purv Transformative Industrialization Scheme, which also came about at the same time. So through this portal, this Unified Investment Portal and a centralized platform, the state government is able to offer real-time status tracking, time-bound approval, clearances, one-time payment integration, automated notification, eliminating the need for investor to make frequent and physical visits to various government offices. So now we have 90 plus services which have already been made integrated through this portal, and this is in keeping with the broader plan of the government. In the next 5 years, the state government plans to be a $10 billion strong economy. And what are the steps which we can take as a state government to have the ease of doing business with the state government? So how the state government, with the support of NEGD, was able to integrate both these unified portals. One is that citizens portal as well as the unified investment portal, and do a platform integration with DigiLocker and Entity Locker is really the story that we would like to share with you. So the state government realized that most governments and institutions are operating in silos, and they have their own services which have been offered through various platforms. So it's kind of a big challenge for all of them to be brought under one entity, one umbrella, and link them up with the benefits of DigiLocker and Entity Locker. How we have done it? We had various stakeholders assessment with various departments and institutions in the state. Then we also did assessment of all the e-services platform, including the ones which were there in place from before, like Service Plus, E-District, Invest Meghalaya, Meghalaya One, and we found out that what are the other services which are offered by NIC Service Plus platform, which were already in a way onboarded with DigiLocker and Entity Locker. So we zeroed down on our two portals with the help of our SEMT team and further supported by NEGD. This was, like I shared, the Meghalaya One portal for G2C services and Invest Meghalaya portal for G2B. And through this, we were able to bring about to initiate this platform integration, which will help us, in a big way to do a massive coverage and bring about presence of important services in DigiLocker and Entity Locker. Here, I would like to say that since digital access is a bit of an issue in our state because of the hilly terrain, network issues, telecom issues, so the citizens themselves may not have been proactive in use of DigiLocker, but through this initiative of NEGD and our SAMT in IT department, they were able to bring about this integration through the unified portal and do the link up. So we are in fact one of the few states who have been able to work on this integration for DigiLocker and Entity Locker, and we hope that in the days to come also, when more and more services will be onboarded both on DigiLocker. Right now it stands at 61, and Entity Locker for the investment proposals which are coming in our state. There will be a further generation of interest about both DigiLocker as well as Entity Locker. Just for the record, the state has 85% Aadhaar coverage of its entire population. It's rather low because most of the states have already crossed 95% plus. So that also is a challenge that we face. But we are on the job. And for Entity Locker, already it has evinced a lot of interest in the UIP portal that we have. We have a lot of investment flowing into our state in the last 1 year only, around in the last 6 months rather, around 1848 crore worth investment are coming. Mostly is coming in hospitality, travel and tourism. So it means that the seamless process which the state government has come up with regards to business and investment opportunity has really given a push. We have Meghalaya Investment Promotion Authority in our state, which spearheads all initiatives in the state. We have been a part of all the road shows which have been sponsored by Ministry of Donor, and through them we are able to do the reach out. So most of the entities and business partners who have got in touch with us, they're happy about the process. So in terms of customer satisfaction, also in that sense, we score that it is easy for investor, if they want to come and invest in our state in travel, tourism, real estate, education, then the facilitation is quite seamless for them. And our services are live for our G2B platform UIP also, and the state government also wants to take it forward in various ways. With regards to the G2C service and our portal of the one which I have mentioned, Meghalaya One, the citizen satisfaction based on a third-party survey which we got done for CM Connect and redress of grievances is 92%. This is our last slide. This is just a glimpse of exciting opportunities in the hill state of Meghalaya. So we are not just known as abode of cloud. Very soon the cloud will have a different meaning also. There will be IT cloud. There will be a lot of things which will be happening in our state. We are going to sponsor the regional AI Impact Conference, the first AI Impact conference along with 6 more states. We have already onboarded the Khasi and Garo language in the Bhashini app. We are going to have a hackathon very soon. On the day we are going to have the regional AI Impact Conference, and of course we have tied up with NVIDIA for training of local youth for the transition from SAP to S/4HANA, which is a big global market which is yet to be tapped. For those who don't know, apart from the beautiful spots which I have shown, Sohra, Cherrapunji, Shillong, Scotland of the East, we have 2 technology parks in Shillong and 1 is coming up in Tura. So 3 in all in our state. And we are also doing a collaboration with Math T Hub. Very soon they're going to open up a satellite center with us. Again, with the support of India AI Mission, we are having 2 data and AI labs for 2 of the institutions in our state. We are very hopeful that we should be getting one of the AI Center of Excellence, which has just been announced by METI. And we also have a Meghalaya Digital Ecosystem Enablement Project. This is kind of a college to career pathway for students where it is challenge based. We give them an opportunity to come up with a solution. It could be an app or something. So thank you for your time, and we invite you to Shillong and Cherrapunji sometime, and when you come, please do visit this exact spot. It's called the 7 Sisters Fall. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I would like to request Shri Sunil Jain, Director NEGD, to kindly present a small token of appreciation to Shri Bakshi. Thank you. Now I would like to invite Ms. Rucha Mahale, Head State E-Mission Team, Government of Madhya Pradesh, to give a presentation on Family Register integration.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm in between the lunch and you, so I'm not going to take too much of your time. Could you please put the presentation? So we'll be talking about Samagra and focusing on only Samagra. What Samagra actually is and how it is going to cater the problem areas. Samagra itself is nothing but from cradle to grave, what all services can be delivered to a citizen from a single portal. That is what is our Samagra is. This was conceptualized in 2010, and going ahead, it was a Samagra Samajik Suraksha mission, which was created and envisaged in 2012 for the golden record creation for MP. And this was purely for e-governance initiatives for MP. Mission for this was to ensure that the state is enabled to reach out the disadvantaged members of the society and ensure that they receive the benefits of the social security assistance schemes based on their needs. Because there are many things which we give, but not on need basis, on demand basis. So our focus was to, if they are eligible, then only they should get that. Then we went for a physical survey for completing this Samajik Suraksha mission, and this physical survey has landed up with many problem areas. Portal then was launched in 2014. I'll be catering all the problem areas as well. So the initial challenges while creating this database was the authenticity. Authenticity because the data which was filled by the people, because we were considering and we were actually collecting the records from the end user in a paper format. It was all physical and there was no authentic source of truth for them. Then there was no way to figure it out that whether this individual or the family has already got the benefits. So there was no way or no mechanism to figure out the duplicate records. There was also no tracking mechanisms for maintaining the history of the beneficiary, whether he or she or they have received one of the benefits in past year or later on they are eligible for that or not. Then was an unstructured process which was there, which was to be catered with this mission. And the effort of deduplication and duplication of the schemes was to be figured out. So we come up with a single citizen database for Samagra in 2021 based on all these problem areas. To cater that, we have figured out for a framework to be followed for sharing the data from the end user and citizen. Then to get a Aadhaar based KYC, because Samagra already was a member ID as well as a family ID. The member ID, which consists of a 9-digit number, and when the family is created out of that member was a 8-digit number. So a framework was figured out where Aadhaar eKYC was taken care from this data, and then with a stringent process for formulating the addition and deletion of data with e-auth mechanism was done, with which if the duplicate records were there, they were taken it out, and if there was a additional record to be put, that mechanism was sorted. We emphasize the use of Samagra for a single source of truth for government schemes, where DigiLocker has also played a major role. Then we enriched the integration of Samagra database with other departmental datasets, because departments were already having their own databases for giving the benefits, and Samagra was not incorporated with that. So we linked the two. We already have a MP API Setu, just like a API Setu at central level, we have a API Setu for MP, which is then helping us to integrate these databases. So the present approach for creating the single database was the enrollment of the citizen utilizing the existing databases. If there is any database which is having already the data for an individual for any particular scheme, need to be mixed with the Samagra ID, where we made Samagra ID as compulsory for any individual to get any of the services in MP. Then we did a reverse mapping kind of a thing. If an individual is getting a benefit in one of the schemes, we go reverse and figure it out that whether this individual in the family is getting, then he is not entitled for the next one. Then triggered based events was formalized, where there is, say for example, a lady getting pregnant has been enrolled in Abha, then she will start getting the benefits based on the events, and going ahead we have also envisaged few event based which I will showcase you later. Reporting mechanism, we have found that the data which was used by various analysis purposes were used for budget, formalizing of budget for that particular scheme going ahead. So we in all have 2.16 crore family registered, whereas individuals are 8.71 crores. eKYC verified is 6.51 crores, because we are, when making this eKYC mandatory for every scheme when they are coming, this eKYC will, number figure will go ahead. We have registered female as 4.38 and males as 4.32, whereas we also have a scrutiny of caste, tribes and backward class has been showcased here. The important factor which established for controlling the single citizen database was birth reporting, death reporting, marital status and mapping of the data sets. So here DigiLocker has played a major role, because birth reporting also we are taking from DigiLocker, death is also there, including marital status, which is as and when the marriage is happening, the individual is either in the database or it has been shifted from one family to another family. And from critical data sets like certificates, land records and education, we have already mapped that. Now, for the benefits which we envisaged after getting this single citizen database was elimination of the individuals from KYC records, because KYC was considered as single source of truth, and deduplication of the beneficiaries were done. Aadhaar based DBT schemes were mapped with that, and the budget was already formalized. So the situations of the beneficiaries, saturations of the beneficiaries were done with this, and fostering the rollout of the scheme with the programs were done using single database system. Before DigiLocker and after DigiLocker is the key thing which one has to know here, because earlier we were all dealing with the manual databases. There were high errors, mismatch of physical documents were there. That has also slowed down our approval for the Samagra services, because Samagra was already in place, whereas DigiLocker was not in place that time. Higher frauds and the duplicate of beneficiaries were there, and there were limitations for inter-department verifications. But post DigiLocker was in place, we had an instant access to verify the digital documents. Also, automated eKYC has reduced the mismatching of the errors. Also, faster approvals and onboarding into Samagra was easy because of DigiLocker. The reduction of the fraud and the tampering proof was done using DigiLocker, and seamless cross-departmental verification was easy because API is already in place in MP, and especially for MP. Now what we look forward using DigiLocker is, right from cradle to grave, all these certificates should be in place. Yes, there are many missing, but we are towards it. Birth certificate, the moment birth is there, birth certificate will come from DigiLocker. Similarly, the Samagra ID for that individual, that infant will come into creation. Pre-population of the family will be in place. The moment a child is into the Samagra ID, all the health schemes, all the women and child development will be there, immunization and nutrition records will be there, health identifying documents will be there. Going ahead, the moment kid will go into school, will have the birth domicile certificate actually taken care by DigiLocker for direct admission. Scholarship, if he or she is there, via eKYC will be taken care. DigiLocker, because into place, NAD will put into place for all the school certificates, living certificates, scholarships and the physical document verification. Social economic criteria, skill certificates and the all other varied number of certificates will come from DigiLocker only. We already have more than 110 schemes into Samagra, also in DigiLocker. As a requester and issuer, we have Samagra in place. So marriage certificate and other documents will be taken from DigiLocker only, and pension scheme is in process. So we assume that within coming days we'll have pension also into DigiLocker, and likewise we have already death certificate, which then in turn remove the beneficiary from the Samagra ID as well. So this is what is all which we are envisaging from DigiLocker in Samagra in years ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Rucha ma'am. May I request Shri Abhishek Anand, Director NEGD, to kindly give a small token of appreciation to Ms. Mahale. Thank you so much. We will now break for lunch, which is being served at level 1. So when you go down the escalator, take a left from there. We will be back at 2:30 p.m. sharp for 5 more use cases on DigiLocker in the government and education domain in this summit hall.
तो जूम करके ही लो ना। एक और वो स्लाइड निकलती है।
पीछे से
वहाँ पे जो लिफ्ट है जहाँ किचन में जाओ किचन की तरफ निकलता है
39 था, 39 एपिसोड। अभी आप सकते हैं, अभी आपको देख रहे हैं। अच्छा भाई, मैं तो बस आपको बैक थोड़ा अन्य विषय।
TCS ION to enlighten this august audience on recruitment and client enablement via DigiLocker.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank NEGD and MIT for inviting us to present our use case and opinion on how we can integrate DigiLocker in a more successful manner. Can we have the presentation, please? So, one thing that people generally ask me across the industry is that is TCS ION a separate organization? One that I would like to clear is ION is a unit of TCS, larger TCS, and we focus on software as a service platforms. So all our offerings and we do in a software as a service, and we primarily focus on assessment and learning, where the services, in the assessment space we have services and products. In services we do recruitment, and in the products we have NQT, that is National Qualifier Test. It's an industry qualification test for getting people jobs in the industry. Again, in the platforms we have learning platforms, we have various industry honor certification courses. So this is how, and we are primarily serving the government school education, higher education, vocational education, and B2C youth. I'll just skip the milestone part. While from a DigiLocker perspective, we feel that DigiLocker in our context is very helpful in conducting fair and secure examinations, recruitment and admission both. It helps us in delivering, it will help us in delivering more transparent and learning excellence in the higher education space. In the school space, we are yet to explore, but we feel that in the school space also, like since APAR has also come up, we feel that our school offerings can be combined in the DigiLocker space, and obviously in the unemployment exchange also, DigiLocker, we have a use case. What I'll do is quickly run through our offerings and showcase on how we can utilize DigiLocker. Some places we have already integrated, and some places we intend to integrate. So when it comes to examination, assessment business, the main input that we have integrated DigiLocker is the upload at the application stage, where the candidates apply and they upload their documents. This is a very important ask from most of our government customers, because what happens is candidates generally upload fake or wrong documents and they go through the entire recruitment cycle. And in the end, when the joining happens, this finding leads to a lot of delays and process delays, which can be ruled out in the beginning only. Also, in addition to it, we intend to post the results. Right now, the merit lists are being mailed to the candidates. We intend that to upload the merit list on the DigiLocker itself. That is not integrated in our system as of now. In the higher education space, we do online counseling for a lot of universities, and in the counseling, the major role, there are two main components. One is the uploading of the existing certificates, your school certificates, your mark sheets, right? That is where we feel that a student DigiLocker is a big use case. We have not integrated this part with our offering right now. We have only integrated the examination part till date. So the idea is to enable the applicants in uploading their mark sheets, which are actually trusted, and so the whole overall examination or the counseling cycle reduces drastically from couple of months to couple of weeks actually. That is the benefit of DigiLocker. And also the post counseling, the result of the counseling can be declared on the DigiLocker platform itself. We have a learning hub where most of the where a lot of industry leading courses are being served to the youth of this country, and they can go and take these courses. The advantage is that the certificate, once the learners complete these courses, so the certificate of these courses can be shared on DigiLocker. When I say this, there are a couple of use cases that come to my mind. One is that right now DigiLocker is more government to government. We would she request if it can be made private participation, company participation can be increased. In terms of if private companies can upload their certificates, their documents, something like in the employment space, a Form 16 or an experience letter or a PPF or an EPFO documents of a candidate can be uploaded. It can be of very good use because these are relevant documents when people change jobs. Then right now the candidate has to pull the data. So if there is a functionality of an auto pull, if there is a new document listed with the empaneled partners and it is uploaded, if there is an auto pull mechanism which will help in a large way, because most of the candidates are not aware that their document or their issuing authority is already there on DigiLocker. Third is whenever a new document is issued, a notification. Right now, a notification is missing, which just puts it on the back of the mind. So if we feel that there is a notification system, then it can help in making it more user friendly and compliant. I'll go forward. We have a system called digital exams where we conduct exams for the universities. Right, and in this case, the DigiLocker use case that we foresee is in the space of mark sheet generation and digital degree generation. This is both done by our offering, and this both can be uploaded on the DigiLocker platform. This is the typical use case. Digital marking is another offering where we do digital marking. We scan the answer sheets submitted by the students, and they, through our software and our offering, they go into the marking happens in a very digital manner. So that process is very transparent. Now, when it comes to the result publishing part of it, that is something that the candidate has to log in and see. But if that we intend to integrate the result publishing part also with DigiLocker, where candidates can actually see their answer sheets, how they were marked, how they were given the marks. This will bring a lot of transparency into the system and efficiency, rather than the cycle of repeated cycle of candidates asking, raising queries, raising RTIs. That is another use case. We have a bundle of industry certificates, industry honor certificates, which actually help the candidates in getting jobs in the market. Again, these certificates that these candidates get, if industry public, if we are allowed to publish our certificates, it can be uploaded. It can help the learners to share these certificates with the future employers. Now, coming to the fun part of it, we do have a lot of school offerings also, and we feel that we have an offering called Ed Games, where kids can learn a lot of stuff in the gaming manner, and this is from class 3rd to class 8. Now, these are Ed Games is primarily based on the concept that you learn in the school and you practice at home in a gamified manner. Now, if you practice at home, the system can actually publish the results, and it can come in your APAR, it can be linked to your APAR, and the points can be there. So you're learning whatever you call is a formative assessment, not the competitive, not the complete assessment. The formative assessment results can be conducted through Ed Games, and the other offering is the exam lab. This is also in the objective and competitive assessment space. It's a system that we have for the school students. Right, from a state employment perspective, we do survey offerings for skill census and all, and the result of this can be uploaded in DigiLocker, like the caste certificates, and these people can also upload their certificates from DigiLocker, which can make surveys and output data assimilation and much more easier, and the data can be picked up from the certificates directly. Career Insight is another offering of ours where we do career counseling for school students, high school students, and the college going students. This is a detailed report which helps in decision making of the students. This report can be published on DigiLocker, which can not only help the students access it, it can actually help the colleges who are hiring them, who actually do counseling of the students, and to see what are their strengths, what are their weaknesses, and their employers also, to understand the psychological profile of the candidate. we have a lot of learning platforms. Again, I'll not take much of your time. NQT is one of our leading, it's called National Qualifier Test. It is a leading, industry leading test that most of the students take, and a lot of corporates are tied up to it, where after the test, the marks are being considered for hiring those candidates. The result of the certificates, NQT scores, the national proficiency test can be uploaded on DigiLocker for employers to access and validate whether these students can be hired or not. A case study that we would like to present is a NASSCOM case study. Right now we are doing all the skilling for NASSCOM right now, and we would request NASSCOM if they would upload their certificates and everything on DigiLocker. Now, having said that, one of the last thing that I would like to add to this whole thing is that we have been doing DigiLocker in the assessment space right now, and what we realized talking to the customers is the adoption. We feel that the adoption is fairly low. Although DigiLocker is enabled for a lot of our customers, but the percentage of candidates using DigiLocker is only 15%, not more than that. So we have to understand why the adoption of DigiLocker, although the provision is there to upload their certificate, is so low. That is one use case and one challenge that we need to analyze. Second is the ease of use. Right now, there are a lot of entry points. We have to reduce the entry points when it comes to logging into or sharing a document through DigiLocker. Reducing that steps will be a great help. That is all from my end.
Thank you so much, sir. May I request Shri Sunil Jain, Director, NEGD, to kindly felicitate Shri Vaibhav Mangal. Thank you so much. I would like to invite Dr. Mukesh Kalla, ICFAI University, to talk about the impact of DigiLocker in the education domain.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is my privilege to give the presentation on the workshop of the DigiLocker National Conference, and thanks for the organizer for inviting me to speak. The topic is the impact of DigiLocker in education domain. So before we can find out the impact, because all the speakers, they have to well define what are the impacts of the ABC ID creations and APAR IDs. So when we can talk about the traditional system, in a traditional system, there is some of the fragmented systems, they have hindered the collaboration between the private and public sectors. So how we can say the fragmented system hinder collaborations? We can give the example of data silos, because the different departments have a private and public sector, have a different data, and they cannot be lacking of integration of the data. So that is a big challenge we are facing in the traditional system. So to overcome this problem, we have to use the concept of the DigiLocker. Now, when we can use the lack of interoperability, we can lack of interoperability means that duplication of the data. That is a mindset of the things that one department has certain data, it can not be shared by the another department, and some bureaucratic approach. So when we have to come into the picture of the DigiLocker, then a lot of things can be overcome, and the impact is like that we can transparent the system, autonomy should be provided, and the certain KPIs. We have upcoming times to upload the data on the time. And in these initiatives, we have also used the standard protocols essential for the integrated citizen-centric system between the public and private sectors. To solve this problem, we have to create unified ecosystems and multi-agency services and we can also ensure the interoperability. So, and we can also use the data standards. Some of the challenges are there. So we can start with what are the impacts on the DigiLockers in the education domain. So the problem is a pain point of the traditional education system. When we talk about the students, there is maybe chances to damage the physical documentations, maybe time consuming for applying the transcripts, or we can duplicates. So that we have to difficult carrying the document and admission and job. So now for the institution point of view, that is a administrative burden for verifying the documents. So these are the challenges in the traditional systems. And it is also costly and a slow process for printing and dispatching the certificates. For the employer sides, when we can say lengthy background verification process. So now to overcome these problems, the DigiLocker flagship is the Digital India program, which is a Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. It should be aimed to provide the secure and cloud-based platform for the storage, assurance, and verification of the document. Now the concern is that whenever, just like as an employee have to create one bank ID, bank number, similarly we have to create the university students, they can create the academic bank of credit. And APAR ID we have to use for the school level. So all the certificate, the private agencies, they have to issue the certificate. When we have to use the DigiLocker concept, it is avoid the duplications of the certificate, which is already mentioned by the Professor Anil sir in his speech. So that is a duplication of the data maybe occur. So we have to overcome these situations where whenever the private agency, they have to provide the certificate, immediately it is uploaded onto the DigiLockers. So that is one of the impact of the DigiLocker. Authenticity should be generated. It's aimed to secure and cloud-based platform storage and verification of the document. The transform the way citizens, especially students, access and share academic credential anywhere they can access. If suppose whether someone student, they can apply for the job and they can go to Bangalore, they can easily access the ABC ID. They can simply put up the ABC ID, all the records. And if suppose one student, they can transfer the institutes with the help of credit earning, whatever they have to credit earn in first year and second year, they want to shift to the other institutes. They can easily move and they can authenticate with the help of academic bank of credits. So now, that is the core principle is that authenticity, source, and digital delivery. Now, the digital solution for the academic record, it is an integration with the educational bodies like that CBSE, NCRTs, and UGC, AICT, state boards, and university, and all of them, they have to use the mandatory is the academic bank of credit. Just like as an employee ID, or we can say like that, it is a primary key of the ABC ID. So because every student have a unique 12 digit of ABC ID, and with the help of the ABC ID, we can track all the credit transfer, whatever the credit should be earned by the student in a particular institute. That is a very helpful for the recruiters, and whenever we can find out the scholarship for the student, it is very easily find out. So these are the benefits, and we have to create the single lifelong repository for the education documents. And it is promotes the paperless and green initiative for the all education sectors. Now the objective of the digital locker is eliminate the need of the physical documents. They have to enable the paperless governance to reduce administrative overhead, and we can access the credits anywhere, anytime. In educational records, if suppose some of the students, now when we can talk about the national education policy, national education policies emphasize on the outcome-based education. Another, they can find out Indian knowledge system. If suppose some of the students, they can earn the skill-based course, automatically the certificate should be uploaded onto the DigiLockers. So that is a seamless integrations between the educational institutes, students, and the employers. Now features relevant for the education, that is a secure digital repository for the academic certificates and the mark sheets. Integration with all the CBSE, NCRT, and UGC. It is also provide the authentication with the help of QR code and e-sign verification for the authenticities. It is also conducted by the digital signature or two-way authentications, instant document sharing for the admission, scholarship, and the employment. The role in education ecosystems. When we talk about the role in education ecosystem, there is a different stakeholders and different benefits. When we talk about the student point of view, so student can easily access the verified mark sheets and they can certificate any times. And also credit should be transferred. So everyone, the credit should be earned. A student can check with the help of ABC ID, login ID. When we can enter, they can see how much credit they can earn into the particular semester. For the institutional stakeholders, we can issue and verify the document digitally. Overburdens should be reduced. Data silos, that the technique is that the department have a bureaucratic approach and the different department have certain set of data they can scatter. So that approach should be eliminated. When we have to use the education ecosystem, we can introduce the concept of DigiLockers. Employers, that is authenticate credential easily, and in government, that is a streamlined process to reduce the frauds. Duplicate mark sheet, they have to generate it. That type of chances is going to become minimized. The integration in educational framework, we have to link with the Academic Bank of Credit and National Academic Depository, and it is unable to credit transfer, digital degree verifications, and National Digital University Framework supports. So if suppose whether we want to certify the particular degree certificate, it is already authenticated by the DigiLocker. If suppose some of the recruiter, they can recruit some students from the university or colleges, they can directly check the credit, whatever the credit they have to earn into that will be so into the DigiLockers. And they have to promote the interoperability and data standardization in the higher education. As I have earlier told, the data integration is a very important, and whenever we have to minimize the interoperable data ecosystem, that will be minimize the duplications. And whenever they minimize the duplication, the authenticity of the data should be increased. So here we can use the interoperability and data standardization. Data standardization, we have to use the certain metadata where we have to use this data should be very standardized data. So that is the way we have to use in the concept of the DigiLocker. It is a simple framework for the DigiLocker technology framework where the users and appears for the access, they have to create the Academic Bank of Credit. Issuer, they can issue the document digitally, and in the circle, they have to multi-provider digital locker ecosystems. And if suppose any requester, they can request to access the document, they can easily access the online. If suppose the student, they can apply for the scholarship, they can easily access the data with the help of ABC ID. The student, they are request for the recruitment, for the job recruitment, they can easily access the data. So there is no physical paper or the no fake document here when we have to use the impact of the DigiLockers. So we have to summarize the key impact. First is that we have to divide it the key impact. First key impact of the DigiLocker in education is that empowering student and the learners. So instant and any time we can access, the document should be available 24/7 times. Whenever they want to require some document, how much credit they can earn, they can simply log into the ABC ID and they can access the data. Zero cost and effort, there is no need to pay the copies and travel for the collections. Some of the physical data may be lost or some of the theft the data. These all are the problems should be overcome. It is a safe and secure, eliminate the fear of loss and easy sharing, and simplify admission and the job. That is also authenticate the data. So that is the first impact in the empowering student and the learner. The second impact is the streamlining institutes. Streamlining institution means we have to reduce the administrative load because the automates the issuance and the verification process. They have to cost saving, cut down the printing, stationery and postal cost. They have enhanced the trust and transparency because issued documents are digitally signed, and that is also we can say digital signatures and efficient verifications and eco-friendly. So these are the second impact for the DigiLocker in the education. And the third impact is that benefiting employers and the government. For the employer and the recruiter, we have to instant background checks, verify the candidate credential in the real time. They can eliminate of the frauds, that is a reliance on the documents directly from the issuer, and faster onboarding because the speed up of the hiring process is also very fast. There is no need to carry the physical documents. For the government and regulators, data-driven policy making, that is also unified format for the educational certificates, that is standardizations, and the third is the promotion of the digital India. So all the documents are in the digital form, so the students are not fear where to collect the data. If suppose we can move to the university, university says, okay, you wait for the 2 days, after verify by the registrar, after verify by the vice chancellor, then you have to provide the data to you. So that transcript data delay, it is also going to become reduced whenever we have to use the DigiLocker in the education ecosystems. Now summarize the key point is the reduced paperwork, enhance the transparency, and ease of mobilities and faster process, and support of the NEP 2020 goals. So NEP 2020 goals says that it is a lifelong learning and academic credit mobility. Academic credit mobility means if we have to already 25% of courses run by the SWAYAM portals. And if suppose the student should be online learning material, they can learn they can acquire some credit, the credit automatically transferred to the DigiLocker. So that type of features, that type of facility is also available in the verticals of the NEP 2020. So now the statistics as of the 2025, 200 plus education board and universities integrated, and 2 billions of the document issued, 100 millions plus registered user, and they also increasing adoption by the international institution for the document verifications. I have to just give the case studies for the CBSE integration. The students, they can receive the mark sheet and passing certificate directly into the DigiLocker. And that APAR ID, whenever the students, they can be appear for the university, the APAR ID linked to the ABC ID. So that is a reduce the document issuance time for the week to minutes, and eliminate need of physical attention for the college admissions. So that is the CBSE, and we have to just, I belongs to the ECFI University, and I will say, students receive the mark sheet and passing certificate directly into the DigiLockers, and we have to total awarded loans, ABC account also created. But whatever these all are the things we have to carry out in the ECFI University. But I personally face there is a certain challenges and problems. The challenges is first challenges is that institutional resistance to change. Resistance to change means they have to bureaucratic approach like that previous chal raha hai traditional system. Then why we have to move to the ABC ID? What is the authenticity? What is the accountabilities? So these are the challenges we have to face. Limited digital literacy. So we have to conduct the awareness camp. So I basically conducted the how to create the ABC ID. There is certain video we have to show to the student, form of Nukkad Nataks, ki what is the importance of the ABC ID, what is the importance of the national education policy, what is the importance of outcome-based education, because now the next day there is no need to require the degree, we require the outcome. If suppose the person should have some certain skills, they are able to acquire the job. If they have no skills, they no need to, because the degree is just piece of paper. So now, as per the NEP policy and as per the policy of the DigiLocker, when we can say whatever the credit should be transferred, it is automatically uploaded onto the DigiLockers. And the challenges which we have to recommendation is conduct the awareness for the training programs, incentivize institution for the integration and enhance mobile accessibility and multilingual supports. And one challenge is we can give the recommendations like that, that is whatever the policies for the, we can talk about the scholarship. So scholarship integrated with the DigiLocker. When we talk about the recruitment also integrated with the DigiLocker. Whatever the admission process is also integrated with the DigiLocker, so that of course the more and more people they are aware, and that is a compulsion that whatever the document you have to receive, it is come through the DigiLocker. Now future roadmap, that is the integration with the international credential verification system and linking with the AI-based verification tool, supporting of the micro-credential and digital base, and strengthening of the cyber security and the data privacy. Whenever the data, multi-millions of data should be stored, so one challenge is that the cyber security and the data privacy. So that is the future roadmaps for the strengthening of the cyber security and the data privacy. Expected benefit is that seamless data flow across the government entities, reduce the redundancy and operational cost, and enhance decision making through the real-time information and accelerated digital transformation and service innovations. So I conclude the digital locker is the revolutionizing and education sector through the digital empowerment, promote trust, efficiency and transparency in document management. So whenever the foremost impact is that the transparency, efficiency and the trust. So there is an elimination of the fraud, paperless work, green initiatives, and that key enables in achieving the Digital India and NEP 2020 objectives. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kalla. May I request Sri Sunil Jain, Director NEGD, to kindly present a small token of appreciation to Dr. Mukesh Kalla.
ये बोलेंगे क्या? हमें तो पॉइंटर देने की जरूरत है नहीं।
Thank you, sir. May I request Shri Umesh Kumar Gupta from J.K. Lakshmipat University in Jaipur to present their use case on education. I will request you, sir, to please stick to a time of 5 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Thanks to Mukesh, sir, actually, who has inspired me to present a use case on DigiLocker. I have been hearing since morning, and let me share one experience with all of you as a higher education institution. I am Dr. Umesh Gupta, Professor and Dean at J.K. Lakshmipat University, Jaipur. I tell you my personal experience as a professor and dean. One very, there's a maid son who's very poor financial background, from a rural family, very illiterate from a digital area. I counseled him to get admission into an ITI diploma. And when he approached me that, okay, I'm ready, that was the last date of application. It was 12 afternoon, 5 p.m. was the last time. I asked, where are your documents? He said, I don't have 10th mark sheet. So I first of all created his own, all the credentials on DigiLocker, found out the mark sheet from the DigiLocker itself. And when I found out the mark sheet and everything, that mark sheet was uploaded on that application format of ITI that day itself by 5 p.m. And believe me or not, that student was admitted to the ITI in the branch that he chose from. And his entire family was completely illiterate about DigiLocker. Now today, his father, his brother, and his entire family has all the documents repository on the DigiLocker. That's a change that the DigiLocker is bringing into the education. Now, what is happening, that particular guy is now encouraging other people in the ITI and other places to use DigiLocker to make a document repository. So what is the learning from this? We as a faculty members, as Sir rightly told, institutions are hesitant to adopt it. They need to adopt it, whether for verification or whatever else. In our university, this time we have taken a hard decision. I said, DigiLocker mark sheets are the priority for registration. If anyone is bringing, so we have categorically written there, no need to bring the documents if you have DigiLocker. And we created DigiLocker counters itself so that those who don't know how to upload, how to download and so on, we facilitated each and every student, and 90% documents are from DigiLocker. And this happened, the only challenge that we are facing is how to integrate our ERP systems with it so that it is more manpower, man-hour saving. Otherwise, if every teacher and every faculty member tries it, that every student use DigiLocker as a document repository, believe me or not, we are going to make this paperless ecosystem very well. So thanks to DigiLocker to bring this change in education system, and I believe will grow with time. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Umesh Gupta ji. We will now commence with a presentation on the impact of DigiLocker in the education sector by Shri Ankit Jain and Shri Salil Arora from IIIT Delhi.
It's working. Good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here to present our. Sorry. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure to be present here to share with you some strategies of expanding DigiLocker adoption. At the outset, I would like to thank the MeetY and NEGT team for giving us this opportunity. To start off, I would like to give you a brief introduction about ourselves. We are representing Indraprastha Institute of Information Technology, commonly known as IIIT Delhi. It's an autonomous state university focused on IT and computer science education. At IIIT Delhi, we have set up a Center of Excellence of Human-Centered Computing, commonly known as COE-HCC. This center is a global collaboration between Indian and European academic institutions with a mission to bridge technology with human-centered design to address societal challenges. In the beginning of 2025, we set up a product strategy unit under this center, which is to support government departments on 4 key areas. One is product strategy development, which is to help government departments in defining clear strategies, digital strategies to make sure they are aligned on policies and are aligned on technology trend as well. The other key parameter is UI and UX design and research. So we conduct design and UX field research to make sure they are aligned. Government platforms are intuitive and inclusive as well. The other key parameter is workshop and capacity building. So we do conduct design thinking workshops for the government departments to make sure they are aligned on the design patterns and then how to design better digital solutions. Along with that, innovative technologies or new emerging technologies, whatever government department needs support on to understand more new trends, we do conduct design thinking workshops on that as well. The fourth and the last is innovation and digital transformation. So any adoption or new emerging technology that government department wants to explore or adopt, we do support them on doing POCs or exploring new opportunities on those, bringing the, advancing the digital platforms which are currently running with the government departments. So to start with, we were supporting DigiLocker team on strategizing to increase the adoption of DigiLocker. In last 10 weeks, we spoke with different stakeholders and potential users or exploring different ideas with different organizations. We talked to center and state ministries as well as NGOs and civil societies to understand what additional can be done to make sure that the adoption increases across citizen level. Okay. So just we were doing a desk research and all that. We do identified in 10 years last, the DigiLocker journey has been very phenomenal, and they've started with a basic thing and now it has become the key DPI at Indian government level. So, okay, sorry. We have looked at some potential ideas for DigiLocker to increase the adoption. So basically, there are everybody has shown in that in previous slides as well. There are 3 main components, or 4 actually: the issuer, the requester, the citizen, and DigiLocker, which is integrating all of these together. That binding is DigiLocker is doing right now.
So the main idea behind we were exploring the new adoption use cases were to make sure that people who are left as of now in adopting DigiLocker, who are they and how they can be onboarded on DigiLocker with a use case for them as well. So from a digital government point of view, it's more like giving them some solution and what do they need, what's going to help them. That's what we are trying to understand. Okay, so I'll hand over more deep dive into those use cases with whom we have talked so far, and hand it over to my colleague Pragya.
Thanks, Adil. So moving on quickly to the issuer side. So on the issuer side, we have identified the 5 untapped high potential use cases, which we think can basically help in expanding the current use cases that we heard today in the room. And moving on to the first use case, it's a self-help group membership certificate. So this is a certificate that is issued to the women who are part of the SHG across country. There are around 10 crore women who are SHG members, and Ministry of Rural Development, the nodal ministry, already has a technology for it, which is called LocoS, where they capture the details of these women who are part of the SHGs. The LocoS not only have a Aadhaar authenticated details of the members, but it also captures the transactions that happen. Because the idea is also to kind of capture the transaction that is being made between the woman and the SHG in order to build the credit worthiness of these women SHGs. We feel that if the SHG member certificate along with the financial transaction passbook can be onboarded on DigiLocker, it has a potential to help these women in kind of opening the savings account. That is one of the area which they often face regular issues in. They don't have access to formal credit. So I feel that if these kind of documents are there, the banks can actually use these documents as a kind of like a credit worthiness of these women and help them kind of getting access to the loan. Again, getting help for enterprise support, facilitating digital access, and also kind of helping kind of administrative documentation, and also apply for a lot of schemes which SHG women are eligible for. Moving forward to the next one. I think today in the room, a lot of people talked about the education and the skilling certificate, and I think education has been a pioneer in getting most of the education certificates on DigiLocker. I think adding to the same thought, we think that Deen Dayal Upadhyay Gramin Kaushal Yojana certificate, which is again issued by the Ministry of Rural Development, should be onboarded on the DigiLocker. As under DDUK GKY 1.0, there have been 17 lakh beneficiaries. These are the These are the rural youth who get skilling training under the program, and the digital MIS of the DDUK GKY is already storing a certificate on the system, and if this is being issued on the DigiLocker, like other certificates, the employment, they will be kind of like applying to the kind of more further skilling opportunity they will be applying to. This will help them just to kind of get access to those opportunities in a much faster way. The third one is Digital Life Certificate, which is under the National Social Assistance Program, which is called ANSAP, under the Ministry of Rural Development. I think Maharashtra talked about how they have been able to kind of successful in getting the pensions certificate through the DigiLocker. We feel the same can be replicated here, where the Digital Life Certificate, which is basically a certificate that the pensioner, who are in this case the old age people, the widows, the people with disabilities, have to submit every time they kind of apply for their pensions, and this is something that has to happen almost once a year, if I'm not wrong. So I think this is something that has a recurring use case for these people, and this can be directly fetched through DigiLocker, making the whole kind of process easier for verification and pension disbursement. Also will ensure a one-time single delivery of the document to the processing authority, and help in also in kind of the interstate and inter-agency verification as well. The fourth opportunity we saw is the labor card or the registration certificate for the construction and industrial workers. In urban areas, there are a lot of workers in the informal sectors whose often these registration certificates act as their identity document. These are the people who often migrate from one place to another and end up losing access to these physical copy of the documents. The nodal department for these certificates are either the State Labor Welfare Board or the BOCW board, and this is one of the area we feel that has a high potential, as there are 85 lakh beneficiaries of this certificate, and if this get enabled through the DigiLocker, the laborers basically can get anytime access without worrying about losing the physical copies. They also can benefit through all the government services they are eligible from. They don't have to always go and submit their documentation, and also as well as get the benefits for their children. Last opportunity we would want to tap in was a certificate for the recognition of the street vendors. Along the same line, in the urban areas, there are these people who vend on the street. They don't have a stationary place to kind of like based out of, so they kind of like move from like one place to another within the city in order to sell their items. They are also issued a certificate called vending certificate, which act as their identity document, and this is often issued through the urban local bodies, municipal corporation, or often the town vending committees. Varies from state to state. Again, these document act as identity document for them to in order to avail schemes like PM Swanidhi, and if these are again being enabled through DigiLocker, can help in getting them benefits more easier and without worrying about the whole like carrying the physical document. In addition to these, on the requester end, we think there's one huge opportunity that will help in getting the more people within the ambit of the DigiLocker. And this is basically setting up the DigiLocker first entities. I think today we heard a lot of people talking about that, how the shift from the physical to the digital paperless document system was quite a long process, but definitely worth it. But we feel that there are now these upcoming entities that are being set up. If I take an example here, this NABARD is planning to launch a centralized digital credit infrastructure, a system for the regional rural banks. Same way, Bihar SRLM called Jivika has a bank being set up called Jivika Nidhi, which will give credit to the women SHGs. And the third one is also the similar kind of bank being set up in Rajasthan. So we feel that these are the entities which are in the process of being kind of like adopting a new MIS system, they're building these digital infrastructure, and they can potentially act as a DigiLocker first entities to set example for other such players to come and kind of trust the DigiLocker with these documents. Hence here the idea is not to shift first to the paper-based system and then move to DigiLocker. The idea is to straight away move to DigiLocker, and this should be the norm going forward. They should always think of DigiLocker to be used as a verification process for issuing the documents instead of going and telling people to get their physical documents to them. So this we feel is a huge opportunity on the requester side for the same.
So as an organization, we are closely working with and partnering with government to help design digital public infrastructure. We are currently exploring opportunities, ideas to work with government. One is like hackathon to understand more from the users or like people who are designing digital tools on ground, and which will enable DigiLocker's new ideas. And as a IIIT Delhi entity, we are committed to adopt DigiLocker as a verifier also. I today morning only got a confirmation from the department that we are happy to get onboarded and then do whatever we are able to do to get onboarded on DigiLocker. Apart from that, we are constantly working with identifying more issuer and requester from our ecosystem because we work with corporates as well and government entities as well. So those will also be, and along with that, we are also planning to do a digital accessibility study, which will give our findings to see where DigiLocker can be more accessible to the people who are differently enabled, and especially elderly people, how they can be more easy to use, to make digital products more easy to use for them. So we are happy to connect with anyone from the government department if they want any kind of things. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I would like to request Shri Ajay Kumar from the DigiLocker team to kindly present a small token of appreciation to Shri Salil Arora. Thank you. Next, we will have a presentation on employment and labor scheme verification by Ms. Vinita Srivastava, Joint Director, Department of IT, Government of Rajasthan.
Hello. So before we start with the presentation, I would set the context first. So we'll just not talk about all the application as such which are implemented by the Government of Rajasthan. We'll start with what strategy Government of Rajasthan has taken to give the impact of DigiLocker on just on one application, but various applications at a time. That's one. Another thing that we'll talk about, we'll take one application that how DigiLocker has given a pivotal, played a pivotal role into that. And then what more that we are expecting from DigiLocker, not just from a paperless document entity in the digital ecosystem. So this is what DigiLocker that we were talking about till yet. It's a flagship program by MIT where we have a paperless platform. We have documents available for the citizen and the departments, of course. And of course, it promotes the digital transparency and convenience to in the governance from both the aspects, from citizen and from the government departments. Next, we'll go to the initiation that has been taken by the Government of Rajasthan. This is Raj E-Vault. This is the state central document repository where we have all the documents start from the receipts to bills to certificates given to citizen based on their Janadhar available here. And it is just not the document, it is the metadata also which is available. The integration is just not with the one application, it is with the various application. It is bi-directional, so we can have, we are saving all of our documents here along with the metadata, and if the documents are needed by any application for verification or validation, then also these documents can be taken back from Raj E-Vault to the application. So this is bi-directional platform available. It is unified where we get the digital content available. This is what we have in Raj E-Vault in Rajasthan. And how is it helpful? Because as I told you, it is just not one application, it is all the documents, and it is all there are all the departments which are connected with the E-Vault. So their outcome, that means the output of their processes, which is either in the form of digital content, could be receipt or could be anything, all are available on the E-Vault, and which are very easily and retrieved by them in record time, which I say the uptime is very high. These are the impact that we have already of Raj E-Vault. We already have 14 departments to portals which are available. These are the document types, 110 plus document types are available. And if you can see, the average daily document upload is 2.5 lakhs. So now this is the strategy that we have taken. DigiLocker need not to integrate with various applications at one go. It just need to integrate with E-Vault, and this bi-directional communication between DigiLocker and E-Vault would benefit Government of Rajasthan applications. So you would see that now I have just mentioned few of the applications. For example, we have eMitra as service delivery platform. We are providing the services to the citizen. Here all the documents are there in the Raj E-Vault, which in turn can come to the DigiLocker. And at the same time, if skill development needs any document or recruitment need any document for validation from E-Vault or DigiLocker, this bi-directional information exchange would help them. So this is what the strategy that we have already implemented. These are the, so I am taking one of the application as recruitment portal, where how DigiLocker has impacted us. Recruitment portal is the Rajasthan state one-stop shop for all the government bhartis, start from the advertisement to the admit card rollout. Here the aspirants, the job aspirants are basically do their one-time registration, put their details on it and then apply for the job application at one go. All the information related to that are there in the recruitment portal. Then we got the mandate that we should start with the one-time verification module, where we have to have all the documents related to the aspirant at one place. So we have two options of doing it. One is that student or the aspirants can put their documents directly on the portal, upload that, and we just do the scrutiny with the original form, and we just go with the verification. But then we realized, then if the document would come from the source repository directly, then it will be very efficient for us to do the scrutiny, because that will be the auto verified mode. Then we started go to various entities, start from CBSE to education to PAN to all IDs, and then we realized that going to just different entities and asking for their documents at one time through APIs, we found DigiLocker as one-stop shop where we get all the documents available for us. So now this verification part has become easy for us, because we have started doing the integration with DigiLocker with various documents already from their source repository. Since the DigiLocker is the one stop shop for us, then it will be that is the reason it is very easy for us for doing the integration with various entities at one go for the candidates. Candidate has all the documents are fetched on the consent based, and that is the reason that we think it is more secure and privacy is assured, because the candidate has given the consent for their own documents. And again, the integration is so simplified that all the documents, almost all our APIs have been integrated, and we've started going through in this November itself. So this is what we did with the recruitment portal yet. What are we expecting from DigiLocker? Yes, we are expecting that with just one click or one consent of the aspirants, we can fetch all the documents which we required in our application. Need not to have multiple consent available for that. That's one. Of course, accuracy and efficiency is one of the key parameter that every application need. Third, which is very important, is the auto update mechanism. If a document is updated, for example, CBSE mark sheet is updated in the DigiLocker, it either get updated to our end or it get notified to us that it is updated, and student can or the job aspirant can go again and fetch the document from their DigiLocker itself. Or if they have more document related to the candidate, then if the department requires those documents at their end, then it also notified the department that these documents have been pushed to the candidate and it can be fetched from us. So this is some of the use cases that we were looking for, and this is what from our end. Thank you.
Thank you so much. May I request Shri Ajay Kumar to kindly present a small token of appreciation to Ms. Vinita Srivastav. May I also request Shri Ajay Kumar to present a small token of appreciation to Ms. Pragya Dhaka from IIIT Delhi. Thanks very much. Our concluding presentation in this breakout session is by Sri Jay Krishnan M from IIT Madras on the impact of DigiLocker in the domain of education.
Good afternoon, everyone. Looks like I'm the person who is stopping you from getting out of the room and having a nice chai. So I'll be pretty quick. At IIT Madras, we are technically managing the Swayam platform. So some of these lessons that, I was quite impressed by the various presentations that happened right from morning and looking at how DigiLocker is being consumed by various entities across various states. So this is more of my own experience of how we are in the process of using APAR to upload the certificate data to NAD so that ABC and other credit transfer mechanisms can be enabled in Swayam. So the promise, as all of you have stated at multiple places, it is a single source of truth for verified academic record. It reduces fraud, duplication, etc. There is a lifelong learning system through the APAR or ABC ID integration that DigiLocker is supporting. And the National Academic Depository or NAD, where the entire certificates can be uploaded. That's a fantastic mechanism for students to make sure that the certification, the skills that they gain, there are verifiable credentials available within a DPI system. So CBSE, the biggest example that many people have quoted throughout the day. I remember earlier when the results used to come, we used to wait in the website, and then the actual mark sheet used to come maybe a week or 2 weeks later to our schools. This is now pretty fast. So now Swayam, we are bringing in APAR validation, both at the time of enrollment and now even for certificate upload, we are doing it. And you can see the journey that once the issuer provides a certificate, it can be stored in DigiLocker, and student can use it with multiple verifiers, which makes this system very robust. Are there other people who have done this across? Yes, if you look at it, Estonia through their X-Road, which is more of a citizen data transparency. EU talks of digital credential standards. They have a working document on digital skills and digital standards across. MIT has already brought in through block certs. When it was in that initial blockchain period, they have brought in BlockCert is an app where your micro credentials, etc., could be uploaded and it could be validated across. Singapore has My Skills Future, a lifelong skill credentialing, again a micro credential setup. But one of the key thing over here is whenever these technologies have been brought in, there is a lot of trust made through across multiple systems through interoperability standards. I think one of the major thing, if you look at DigiLocker, is it enables that interoperability standards to be applicable across different systems that are using it. Of course, transparency is the key, and more importantly, literacy about these digital initiatives. I think this has to be there when it comes to these digital initiatives. One important thing, and this we have seen at multiple places, whenever these new initiative comes, many of these places, it happens like a compliance, a GO or a guideline is issued, and many a times institutions take it as a blind adoption, or it becomes, they don't think it through. So there are a lot of concerns when institutions start doing this, especially in a digital ecosystem, because this erodes the trust that we have, and there are very clear governance gaps that emerge, especially within higher education system, where we already have multiple universities, different types of universities as well. So it should be clearly thought through, and especially now that India is moving on to DPDPA for security, we have to be really careful of how this tech rollout happens across universities, sensitizing educational institutions on what the benefits are, how to adopt it, and there should be enough safety nets for these universities, because many of them, like I think colleagues over here were saying, there is a very high resistance to digitization. Especially with teachers, etc. Digitization means more of accounting or managerial work rather than teaching, learning work. So one of the key ideas that I think with DigiLocker is, can teachers also be incentivized with, just like how credentials, micro credentials exist, are there mechanisms for incentivizing teachers to use DigiLocker as a resource pool for them? I mean, there are, if you look at Diksha and all, where there are content repositories, if they create content repositories in Diksha or in Swayam, are there certificates and other incentives that we can provide teachers, top performers in Swayam courses, etc.? Are there some incentives that we can provide these teachers, which gets reflected in their DigiLocker profile? So when these comes in, I think that's the kind of nudge that you would want, because at ground, recently I've been reading a lot about street level bureaucracy. So a lot of how policy gets implemented on ground is dependent on the discretion of the person who is implementing closer to ground. So these street level bureaucrats, as they are called, a lot depends on how much you sensitize them, how much you incentivize them, and how much we are encouraging them to use this first. So it is important to have better mechanisms to look at it. Some of these points I've already mentioned over there. The consent and grievance mechanisms. The grievance is one of the biggest roadblock when you look at it from a support perspective. There are lots of doubts, especially if you look at it among teachers, of adoption of credit transfer. So I am credit transfer itself. We receive more than 100 plus emails on a given day, especially closer to exam registration and others. We receive a lot of emails, so having a pretty good support mechanism, it could be, we have a federal structure, so having both state and center to support this entire initiative where they transition into use of DigiLocker functionalities, that would be a great thing if you are actually looking forward. Especially if you want to have more people to start using digital DPIs in the country. So couple of guardrails and mitigation strategies. I think we should be looking at bringing most of the individual use cases aligned with the DPDPA guidelines, as and when a lot of work has been done on DPDPA, so it will be a good time for it to now start, institutions to start looking at aligning their digital policies with it. It will be also good to have an educational data governance board overall, which can look at it more objectively and also have separate, conduct separate privacy impact assessments, so that the authenticity that DigiLocker has, the transparency that we are talking about, is strengthened or reinforced through multiple assessments. From a technical and inclusion perspective, I think end-to-end encryption, capabilities of offline verifications and transparent access logs will go a big way forward. Institutional literacy wise, I think I mean, I'm talking from a higher education perspective. You have to train the registrars, controller of examinations, the boards, etc. on data standards. I think this is very critical, and we see multiple different data schemas across institutions, across universities. So having a common data standard is will go a long way in interoperability, and you should have onboarding toolkits, especially to I think Sir was mentioning about videos and others. So there should be something like a toolkit for institutions to get onboarded into DigiLocker system, and importantly incentivizing early adopters so that they can bring in more innovation, they can pull in more people into the system. That's one important part. Overall, if you look at it, I mean, the entire thing, it's not just about the platform. There are people and there are processes, which also has to be acknowledged equally. So DigiLocker is not just about the technology behind it, it's also about the people and processes. Few ideas, I mean, I was thinking about it when Prakash had called me. I mean, so one of the ideas that I was thinking about was how do we start with pilot ideas to build the trust and then looking at scaling up. So there could be something like pilot, evaluate, expand. So every pilot initiative should be evaluated by objective metrics, and based on the results, I think then expanding the approach across multiple organizations, multiple states, multiple institutions, that would be a really nice way of looking at it. You could have success metrics like adoption percentage, correction rates, concern compliance, satisfaction, all these as KPIs that drive your evaluation. So that is one way of looking at it. But if I were to envision where DigiLocker is going to, I mean, at least fast forward maybe 5 years down the line, I think from a wallet, I think it has to move to a passport. So passport has its own, it is like a digital education passport. It should transition from a centralized repository to a learner controlled wallet. You have a lot of tech standards that you can use to do this. Even from interoperability also, there are open standards like JSON-LD or EduXML which can be used, which also takes it outside, not just inside India. Outside India also this could be used, because recently I heard a case where a Swayam certificate was used by one of the faculty over here for doing an online course with an Australian university, and they accepted the Swayam certificate basically because we have a proctored exam. There is much more credibility to the entire certification process. So I think we should look at not just adoption inside, we should also look at cross-border recognition of DigiLocker credentials through frameworks like, I mean, we have UNESCO's digital competency frameworks, or Commonwealth is also now looking at these kind of digital credentials. So these are good opportunities where we can contribute in the larger, the cross-border credit transition. Having more full user consent, audit trails, data portability. I mean, these are all wish lists that I am looking at. Some of it is already there as part of DigiLocker, but I think if we can bring in a little bit more transparency in audits, especially when we are looking at issues and others, this would go a long way. Like I said, having a national education data governance framework, I think that is where we are, I think this will slowly move ahead. So this is the other piece in terms of policy. So to conclude, digital credentials are only as trustworthy as the governance that surrounds them. So a balanced approach ensures DigiLocker will strengthen And it will not replace institutional integrity. So all the institutions can also grow with a DigiLocker adoption. I think this is the message that we have to give every government or private institution that is taking part in this DigiLocker initiative. Thanks everyone.
Thank you so much, sir. May I request Shri Debrat Nayak, CTO NEGD, to kindly present a small token of appreciation to Shri Jay Krishnan M. As we approach the conclusion of this insightful conference, we invite our session facilitators, Shri Sunil Jain, Director NEGD, to make an outcome summary presentation for Breakout Session 1 on government and education.
Okay. Good evening, all of you. Now, this is the last session. You all basically came from different ministries and states, and you all had your own vision for leveraging the DigiLocker. Now, and you have different ways integrated your applications with the DigiLocker to make your applications more robust, to make it like to create systems that are less paper or paperless. Now, in the last session, we are going to review all the sessions or presentations which have been made, and we can see what are the takeaways and what are the feedbacks, what are the inputs, how we can make the whole DigiLocker ecosystem more more powerful, so that it becomes as some of the people were suggesting, that it should be like DigiLocker should be initiated at the time when these applications are being architected. So now we start with the Ministry of Education. So basically they want that complete education-related governance should be paperless. The education system should be leveraging more and more DigiLocker so as to facilitate the documents to the students across the universities, across the colleges or department, since the school, college, everything. So that is the power of the DigiLocker. that the students as well as the institutions both are, having on same platform and both are knowing each other very well. Now, Assam Seva Setu was another application which, this is their public service delivery platform. So they have leveraged the DigiLocker with their application, and around 500 services which are being offered to the residents and other stakeholders, they are being, leveraged through, they are being, the documents are being taken from the DigiLocker. So a citizen logs on, and the best part is that Assam is using the Meri Pehchan single sign-on of Government of India for facilitating the login mechanism for the resident. So as the resident logs in through the Meri Pehchan, they apply for a service, and then they can upload all documents which are available in the DigiLocker, and then they can share it. And the departments which are accepting these applications, they do not need to again verify those documents because the documents have been sourced from this. So the idea is that the DigiLocker has been integrated with the Citizens Service Delivery Platform. And along with this, Meri Pehchan. So now what other states which I saw is that they are using Meri DigiLocker, but somehow they are not leveraging other components like Meri Pehchan and API C2. So if you integrate your applications with these two other DPIs, then your applications become much more seamless. Now we came out to Kerala. Kerala again has, they are graduating to next level of governance, that they say that all our governance shall be certificate-less. So now not only certificate-less, because DigiLocker provides them the certificate and the information, they are also saying that we shall be more proactive, because we know the citizen, we know the profile of the citizen, we can offer citizen more customized services. The application forms get pre-filled because the Kerala system understands knows and tracks the beneficiary profile. And they're also trying to create a beneficiary registry of, like, in some other states, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh. So the unified Kerala registry is being developed by them. Now this Kerala, we have been interacting with them. The takeaway is that because so many, this platform is integrating with so many other platforms or applications which are developed by different departments or different agencies. So to bring every agency who is developing application on board and then integrate them through DigiLocker, you require collaborative approach. So that is very important, that until unless we collaborate, the holistic view of the governance shall not be able to realize. Maharashtra again basically is a case study for empowerment of the pensioners. So all those pensioners who retire from the government jobs, normally they find it very difficult to get their PPO and future transactions about their pensions. So Maharashtra government has automated the entire workflow, which allows the pensioners to get the pension PPOs, and the PPO is pushed back to the DigiLocker. So before the PPO is generated electronically, digitally, and all the back-end processes which are involved into the PPO, the generation of PPO have been automated. So this way the pensioners are able to get the PPO on the time, on the date they retire. They did not wait or go around the offices for tracking their status of PPOs. Meghalaya also basically is leveraging DigiLocker as well as entity locker for both for citizens and for the other entities, government, non-government entities which are interacting with the government. So obviously for the DigiLocker, for the all services, they are asking the citizens to upload their verified documents from their DigiLocker. And similarly, they've already onboarded around 81 services for the Meghalaya one. And then 91 services they are planning to integrate with the entity locker. So again in Meghalaya, there's a collaborative effort of NIC, NEGD and UDB PMUs. So whenever there is more than one stakeholder involved, we have to collaborate and see to it that all the stakeholders work together to realize this integration. Samagra Madhya Pradesh, Samagra, as we all know that they created the citizen database in 2012. And then after that, at that time it was created using the door-to-door survey. And then once it was created, at that time Aadhaar was also not that popular. Now the Samagra is integrating with the DigiLocker and the Aadhaar. basically. So what happens with Aadhaar, they are establishing the entity, and whenever a citizen wants to request for any change or they want to prove something, so the documentation or the certificates are uploaded from their DigiLocker. And the entire Samagra ID, that's the family ID and member ID of all individuals are under the DigiLocker. Anybody can share their Samagra ID to any other application through DigiLocker. Rajasthan eVault integration, they have basically again taken a fact that all the documents of the resident should be made available on a digital platform, and they have been using it for different use cases. The use case they demonstrated was like for recruitments. So recruitment target audience are students, and they apply for different jobs, and for every time they apply, they have to upload their document pertaining to their date of birth, pertaining to their category, disability, education. So once a vault of a student is created, so the same vault can be, same certificate can be used for different applications. So this is one of the good use cases. TCS has got a big platform that allows them to, to conduct the public examinations. So people go to TCS IN or people go to TCS platform to apply for certain recruitment examination. They are using DigiLocker to facilitate the identity of the individuals, and they're also using they're also allowing the candidates to upload their certificates while making an application for any competitive examination. So they have got some other initiative for gamification and for other learning, self-learning platform. They are publishing the certificates onto the DigiLocker also. So it is both ways. They are allowing the DigiLocker to upload documents as well as they are publishing the documents on DigiLocker. AICT also had got a big vision, and it's running the entire technical education system in India. And with the blessings of AICT, all engineering colleges, polytechnics, all skill development related institutions can be onboarded, and most of the students basically who are on AICT, who are being governed by AICT, they're all offering their EBC and APAR, everything on this. So more proposed use cases are like digital health record, which is currently in progress. So as you know that whenever you will have your DigiLocker, you click on your health locker also, and you will be able to see that what are the health related documents which are there, your prescriptions, your medical reports, and everywhere. And whenever you go to any hospital, you can share that medical report or the previous prescription to the doctor for that consultation. So that doctor knows your previous case history, knows your documents, and accordingly offer you a new prescription. So this is likely to come in a couple of next months or next month. Now we also got a couple of inputs from IIT Delhi. So they offered us that how this DigiLocker can be leveraged for publishing the SHG membership certificates, and then the skill certificate, digital life certificate for the Social Security pensioners. So these first three use cases are for the Rural Development Ministry, which we can always talk to them and make sure that they publish them. Similarly, each state has got a platform wherein all the construction workers which are engaged into unorganized sectors, they are registered and offered certain benefits. So in each of the construction workers is offered a BOCW card, for which certain benefits are associated. So, and similarly, some workers also given the street vendor certificates. So both labor certificates can be published on the DigiLocker. This basically call has to be taken by the concerned state. So first three certificates to be published by MORD, and next two, labor and street vendor, to be done by the respective state, because registration agency is the state. So Triparati Delhi also said that we need to, right now all these solutions which are presented or have been there, the solution was built and then we came with the integration with DigiLocker. Now we all know the potential of DigiLocker, how DigiLocker can be leveraged. So next generation of solutions which are to be developed should basically be framed by keeping the DigiLocker, API Setu, Meri Pehchan or Aadhaar into the center. So once you know these things, and accordingly the solution can be built. That will be far more seamless. They also propose that we can integrate with the NABARD's CDCI and Jeevan Nidhi state of the state SHG. So these we will definitely contact these two different departments and agencies. And idea by the Triple Delhi is that the NGD or the DigiLocker should focus on those integrations wherein there is high impact or large number of beneficiaries. So that will offer more visibility and more value. So IIIT Madras also offered certain inputs. They identified certain risks which were well taken. We shall look into that. And what are the root causes? Yes, DPDP Act is definitely we need to comply with. They offered the mitigation strategies. And the IIIT Madras says that we need to have a balanced policy rollout approach. Now, one more use case is that we can offer the seamless registration of startups. So, DPITT and MCA published the startup registration certificate on the DigiLocker and DigiLocker, and then the startups can share their documents with the applications of investors and banks. Employment background verification is one more use case wherein the HR agencies can leverage the document certificates available on DigiLocker or being shared through DigiLocker, so that the HR is not engaged into verification of the records. So this basically can be done even at the time of applications. So if you verify the documents at the time of application, because there is all electronic verification, seamless verification, there is no need for you to engage with the applicants which are not technically legally qualified. Similarly, property owned by a resident can be placed on DigiLocker, so that when a candidate or when anyone citizen goes to bank or to any other institution, they can share their property details in a secure manner, and then they can avail certain services like loans or other benefits. So this is very much doable, and it has to be managed by the state, because property registration system is managed by the state. For travel and immigration, the inputs are that we can integrate. So we are currently in the discussions with the Ministry of External Affairs to make available or to allow the DigiLocker to verify the passport details claimed by the individual. So like individual shall claim, and then the ministry will say yes or no. They will authenticate the authenticity of the passport. So this is currently in process. Once it happens, then we will graduate to the next level, wherein citizen can share the passport data with the airlines, and airline can have the instant validation. One more use case is that the digital apprenticeship verification. This is another use case where the ministry shall publish the documents pertaining to the apprenticeship, and then all those people who want to verify whether the candidate has completed this, they can verify using the DigiLocker. Thank you. So the idea is that DigiLocker currently which we are doing is that it is an add-on. Now what we want is that new systems or the new generation systems that are being built, they should use the DigiLocker Meri Pehchan. Meri Pehchan allows a candidate or a new citizens to log in. They have got credentials, they log in, and then they submit a form. Then when they submit a form, their information is populated from Meri Pehchan as well as from the DigiLocker. So the application process is very seamless, document upload process is seamless, and the output that is generated, like a document is generated, certificate generated, again it goes back seamless to the DigiLocker. So it's all processes and seamlessly integrated. So thank you all. Now we have the second. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I request Shri Debrat Nayak, Chief Technical Officer, NEGD, to speak about the breakout session 2, which is on VAS and FinTech.
Good evening to all of you. I am not putting any presentation right now, because it is all appreciation for the DigiLocker in that session. All appreciated. I think building this product for the last 10 years, I will say that I am the one of the most critic of the application also. Because you are not a critic of the whole thing, then you will not build a good platform for the country. So I'm listening to the last presentation of IIT Madras, Sri Jayakrishnan sir. I think that is the one area that we are to be, that is the where that we say that we being building a DigiLocker. We are all say that it is a happy and we are being 60 crores, we are being 900 crore documents in the other side, almost 100 crores educational mark sheet and certification another side. So we are being into, and I think reaching 75 crores by the year end or by the 2026 November, December, another 1 year time, it's not impossible, it's the easier thing for me to do. But end of the day, I will say that how much power we are using as using the DigiLocker in the different integrations. Then I will say we will only use 10% of the power of the DigiLocker as a part of the integration. So what happens as a part? So some departments only issue the documents and some departments only requesting the documents. But if you look at the whole flow of the DigiLocker, it's not only wallet as itself. As a wallet is only a part of the things to the citizen. You see whatever the physical documents are putting in a file and you see in once in a while, right? But when you look at the DigiLocker as a part of wallet, it is being given to the citizen. But actual use case of the DigiLocker as a part of, you build the whole application from end to end. One aspect is, yes, DigiLocker is a very integrated product. There is a authentication flow, there is a data exchange flow, there is a wallet, and you are being sharing the document from the wallets. So one aspect is, yes, you go through the DigiLocker, then fetch the document from the DigiLocker, then again you complete the cycle, and at the end of the day you issue the another document to the DigiLocker. That is the whole end-to-end flow. It is the Ajabat. But if you look at the 99% of the things across the private and the government and whoever being integrated, they are doing only one part of the things. If you look at the private partners, they do only the requester part. If I look at the government sides, they do only the issuer parts. But if you look at the overall as a part, we are not giving any benefits to the citizen at all. Right? So end of the day, somebody told me as a part, and I am thinking in another way of thinking. If you say that, okay, there is an integration everywhere, people are being written for so many times as a part. DigiLocker can do only 1 second of service to everybody. Only 1 second. People are talking about something 4 minutes for a customer acquisition. People are talking about now they reduced to 1 minute. I will say it is the 1 second only. And 1 click only. How? So inside the DigiLocker there is a Aadhaar, there is a driving license, there is a PAN, there is a mark sheet, there is a certificates. I can combine all the certificates, all the documents in one. Then I can have a partnership. The partner one says, okay, I record these are the metadatas from you. The only one click that service can tell that, okay, accounting, the bank account opening can be done only 1 click only. That is a similar way. How much integration people are talking about, that can be done in the similar way. We have all the data. What is the data? That is the name, father name, mother name, address, date of birth. Then if you require some certificates from the educational institute, that is all available there as a part of metadata. So if you combine the metadata, you can come out that whatever the partners wants, they can choose these are my data and these are the data that you got from these are the documents. So the possibility is you can do only 1 click and avail the service. So now look out, all the integrations gone. We have only the one integration, 1 second of the things, and sending only 1 click, and you get the whole issue document back to issue document, gone to the requester, and requester again issue another documents. And so there is a real opportunity. We are not looking at what the things across the government department. They see, okay, I will issue the document, my job is done. If you look at the private partners, they see, okay, I am getting the documents, Aadhaar, DL, PAN, my job is done. But if you look at the circle, you are not giving back the same document back to the citizen altogether. Right? So this is the larger opportunity. That is the first part inside the India. There are other opportunity as a part going to the standards. European Union come up with the verified credential standards and other standards. That is what you have to take it, that standards to build your product. You can go, there are lots of students are going, and the lots of employments as happen there being, they can verify through us. Then that is another use case of the visa application as a part of your visa processing stage, almost 20 to 30 days. That can be a possibility that can we remove that to only 2 days only. If you issue documents already there, and the bank account statements are already there. So if you look at all the documents, passport verification definitely will come another few days. So if you look at the passport verification, Aadhaar data, driving license and PAN and bank statements, these are the or digital assets, whatever the property and other things they are asking. So the visa application process can be limited to around 2 months or in the 3 to 4 days only time. So the time we will save here, it is not only with the trillion of man-months as a country like India. If you do a proper way of building a product across it. So it's an opportunity for all of us to think through, to use all the APIs. Even if you look at the DigiLocker, we opened up all the APIs. You can itself can build a wallet inside any application. Anybody here, if you want to build a wallet, the similar all APIs available to you inside your own application. Rajasthan, you can build the DigiLocker wallet inside your own app. So we have opened as a part of opportunity for all of you that just think through what are the possibilities to look at. Any question to me, I am open as a part. Thank you.
Anybody has any questions to Sri Nayak? To formally conclude today's meetings, may I request Shri J.L. Gupta, Director NEGD, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Excuse me, ma'am. I am representing Council for the Indian Student Certificate Examinations. We have the candidates from across the world, like Thailand, Singapore, then Dubai, Indonesia. Now, all the candidates who are from those foreign countries, they are facing a challenge. Although we provide our certificate mark sheets through DigiLocker, but they are unable to access it. So can DigiLocker design some ways, like right now primarily it is based on mobile number. Can it be converted into email ID so that the candidates who are residing overseas can avail this facility?
Yes, we are looking at that one of the things, because we require somewhere identity proof into the DigiLocker wallet. That is the basic necessity. Only one aspect we are looking at. If the passport can be verified, that is even foreign passports also, to opening up accounts inside the DigiLocker also. Then the second aspect is we are looking at as a issuer, do you have any photographs to match? So that is one of the area that we can look at, that facial matching to identify the document, the particular document that NRI students to attach to their wallet. So there are the few possibilities we are looking at. And I think we are doing as a part of some POC in the facial matching also, because in Aadhaar we are doing, and that is being already there. But for you as a part of like CBSE also and also ICSE also, for others also, that foreign students are there. So only way we are looking at, if the institutions can give us the photograph who are being admitted, we can see that okay, that is the only way that validated, and also some identification from your side also.
Any other questions?
I think one small element which was missed out in the DigiLocker, one can become a member with a single sign-on, and you can deposit your own documents as well, but they are not authenticated, and that's why the Academic Bank of Credits and the APAR ID which I mentioned is a unique ID which is belonging to a particular individual. and using that APAR ID when the issuer of the certificates, be it the universities, the colleges or the industry, says that so and so course is completed by that person and is submitting, is pushing in the data, that is an authenticated record. This is the difference actually. And therefore, when we are trying to collect whatever passport, wallet, whatever you call it, I will push something which can be even fudged document, my own impersonated document which has no validity. And that's why we have been insisting on creation of APAR ID by all the students and all the institutions making use of that, sending their credentials in terms of semester grades or extra learning outside the classroom learning to be deposited by the institution issuer. And of course, if issuer itself does some mistake, then we are to be blamed actually. The whole country has to be blamed in that case. We have trust on the issuing universities and colleges, and if they issue it, I hope that will be taken as an authenticated single source of truth which can be shared with anyone who wants it, but with the consent of the individual, because the Data Security Act, DPBA Act also mentions that the security of the data, which is my personal data, I am the owner of the data. Without the consent of the data, it will not be shared with the third party source. I think with these kind of things which have been already in place, many more things, how foreign students can be onboarded. I remember 2.5 years ago, we started Study in India portal, getting foreign students to India as a single source of a place from where they can apply, right from discovery. Knowing which are the good institutions in India in engineering or medicine or architecture or pharmacy, and then finding out where to apply and tick mark, and then the applications go there. And once the admit cards are that means admissions are issued by the institution, appearing in the personal, what we call the front end of the institute, or in the case of the student, the dashboard, that will also be shared with the corresponding embassy, and therefore there is no need of further authentication because admission is given by an authorized institution in India. Then visa can be issued very easily. They can come here and also do registration, which is FRRO registration for foreign students studying in India. So I think one-stop portals have been developed, the variety of ways. But for all of this, we require a lot of trust to be developed, and that is what this whole the initiative which has been taken today. We have understood many challenges which we have. I'm sure we will work out on even foreign students registering on APAR ID through their passports, and subsequently their credentials can be transferred to the respective countries. All of this is a possibility. Work in progress, we can say, and there is a long way to go to make it a really robust system which is appreciated all across the world. But in fact, whatever we have done today in terms of digital public infrastructure worldwide is appreciated, whether it is UPI, whether it is giving of digital certificates of vaccination, or now these credentials of students. All of this is nowhere done in the world, but which we are doing it. Thank you very much.
Please, sir.
Just a query. We at our university started verifying from DigiLocker, but still we faced a challenge that some of the state boards and open boards, they have not put the mark sheets, or like they are not issuers. So because of those reasons, many things went manually. Second thing is the APAR IDs are not integrated with the board mark sheets so far. So if the students put the APAR ID, we are not getting, so we'll have to go to every board when the students are not aware of, and then get the mark sheets and so on. So I think that can be done if it is possible. Then the institutions can always do end-to-end admission process through DigiLocker. That's so if you can.
There are two ways to look that into it. One is with APAR ID issuing the document is the future. Without APAR ID is the past. The one aspect we can see that, okay, that if I am pulling a document, my identification being done through Aadhaar, and my APAR ID being generated generally through the Aadhaar. So we can link that. The document can be linked to the APAR, then APAR can be reversed to the particular document as a part of issued the document on the NAT side, Academic Bank of Credit sides. So that is a possibility as a part of taking whoever pulls the document, seed the APAR ID, then automatically you tell the issuer as a part of NAT that okay, this is the document being seeded with the Aadhaar, APAR. Then the particular document fetch as a part of somebody fetching or giving the document, then automatically the document can be passed through the APAR itself. So that is the possibility. Another is the future as a part of the education guidelines that people are being using APAR and APAR being getting mandated or whatever the reason in other way, that APAR to be there as a part of in the future proof documents. Then again back to Sahasrapati sir's comment that we are now making more easier for the document sharing. One aspect is yes, there is being a API integration across the DigiLocker to get the other issuer integration or the requester integration that is happening for getting the documents. We are more simplifying the document exchange of the things across the DigiLocker ecosystems. So we may come out, that is what we are doing it. One is create a QR code for every document, then also give a identification, a unique identification of each document, so that as a citizen or the student, whoever, going out, and they provide that identity, that document ID, so that we can come out in the reverse way, that will send a notification or that consent to the person via email and mobile number, so that they give the consent that the one-time sharing can happen to the other parties. So another way also, that is what we are thinking in a way, that the development in progress, that is that. So you can, similar way, you can share the document of the QR code or that number also to the verifier. So by showing your mobile number as a part of creating that QR code and give them the So we have been into the creating the verified credential standards in the country. That is also one way you are doing it as a part of creating more privacy to your part. But the making that educational document, particularly that sharing across international way, so that is one of the methodology that we have been coming out. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else, if anybody has any comments? All right, then I would request Shri J.L. Gupta, Director NEGD, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Respected dignitaries, esteemed guests, colleagues from ministries, state governments, academia and industries. It is my privilege to deliver the vote of thanks on behalf of National E-Governance Division. We express our deepest gratitude to Sri S. Krishnan, Secretary MIT, for his visionary keynote address, which set a direction for India's journey from digital India to a digital trust nation. We sincerely thank Sri Abhishek Singh sir, Additional Secretary MIT, for outlining the vision of DigiLocker as a passport to paperless governance. We humbly thank Sri Nand Kumaram, President and CEO of the National E-Governance Division, for his exemplary leadership in advancing India's digital governance initiative here in NEGD. I thank all senior officers from state governments, speakers from industries, banks, fintech solution companies for sharing their studies on DigiLocker impact projects, their innovative ideas and use cases. I congratulate all the awardees for doing best work in the field of DigiLocker, and I thank all of them who came here for and they gave their presentation. So based on the insightful presentation and discussions today, we will now move forward with strategic planning and coordinated action. The ideas and feedback shared form a strong foundation for implementing targeted initiatives, enhancing collaboration across ministries and states, and accelerating the digital transformation agenda. Today, we will translate today's deliberations to drive inclusive and trusted governance for every citizen on the basis of DigiLocker. And I am very much thankful to all our team who continuously worked hard for making this conference a successful conference. I've been informed that there are more than 260 participants registered here, and in almost all the sectors, government, education, fintech, value-added services. So again, I thanks all of you, and on behalf of NEGT, I assure that we will certainly work on the feedback, on the suggestions given by you. So thank you again.
Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the conclusion of the National Conference on DigiLocker. On behalf of the National E-Governance Division, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India, we express our deepest gratitude to all our dignitaries, delegates, and participants for their valuable contributions in facilitating India's journey towards a paperless nation. We look forward to continuous collaborations with all our partners in advancing digital innovation across India. DigiLocker reaffirms our nation's commitment to building a governance model rooted in trust, transparency, and technological excellence. Thanks very much to all of you for giving us your valuable time. Please join us for high tea, which is being served in the pre-function area in level 1. Have a great evening. Thank you, everybody.